a sound check, and we have all members of council present this evening, and it is 6 p.m.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to bring to order the open council session for April 26th. Over to the clerk.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I just want to, as you all are probably aware, we have a heavy agenda for this evening, maybe not on items, but on discussion points. So just making a note that should we not get to all items this evening, we may have to call a special meeting on May 3rd, just to finalize the rest of the items on the agenda. I will read the land acknowledgement now. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, there are no additional items on the supplementary agenda for this evening, and we have received one pecuniary interest with regards to item 17B, Councillor Hall, on the motion of Councillor Crew with regards to municipal advertising practices, and therefore we'll pull that one out of consent agenda when it's time for voting. At this time now, I'd like to move on to the deputations. This evening, Council, we have received 25 deputations for items on the current agenda. The clerk's office will do its best to get through these as quickly as possible. I thank the people who have submitted deputations as they were concise and mindful of how long their deputations are. So the first 21 are based on item 12B, which is the motion of Councillor Hall, Woodlot preservation. The first one is from Mr. Ken Bell. Dear Chatham-Kent Mayor and Councillors, thank you for accepting my written deputation. As a resident land title owner, I understand my contract of title with the province is a restrictive form of ownership. I also understand that land title holders don't have to give permission for existing or future regulations or even expropriations. As a Canadian who has, under oath, sworn to uphold the laws of Canada, I fully accept this. As citizens, we accept the balance between freedom and regulation, and in a free society, we achieve this through contract. We no longer accept the feudal notion of privileged class of landowner who may act as a sovereign. Water and mineral rights, species at risk, and provincial significant wetlands are all protected within social contract. Landowner contracts with the province include regulating changes to the landscape. In Chatham-Kent, these landscapes include significant woodlands and wetlands. Landscape features provide water retention and filtration, long-term CO2 sequestration, biodiversity and habitat, natural and cultural heritage features, and the necessary connections to nature for future generations. These are recognized with the Commonwealth of Canada. The Province of Ontario recognized significant woodlands over 2 hectares as part of this Commonwealth. The Municipal Act delegates municipalities to identify and protect these woodlands through the provincial policy statement. The electors of Chatham-Kent understand that their representatives have the ability and duty to protect natural heritage, not implement or replace it, to protect it. Restrictions on access are not there to punish everyone, but to restrict self-serving actions of a few that may harm the many. I understand there will be pushback from those who will claim some perceived loss. Please, dear Mayor and Councillors, please keep in mind the standing forest is a loss to no one. I would like to finish by congratulating Councillor Hall for his courage and consideration in presenting a plan to work towards significant woodland conservation. Ken Bell.
The next deputation is from Eric Stewart. Dear Mayor and members of Council, my name is Eric Stewart, a proud resident of Chatham. As a steward of the landscape with a professional career in landscape ecology and arboriculture, I have 15 years of professional experience in urban rural forests and their surrounding ecology throughout the province, and could not be more privileged to offer my personal recommendations, echoing the motion by Councillor Hall concerning woodlot preservation and protection. For most of my career studying forest ecology, I have experienced a plethora of successful preservation strategies for protecting and maintaining our depleting and frail woodlots throughout southwestern Ontario. I am very aware of the fragmentation of our woodlots and the disconnection of tree cover within the localized region of Chatham-Kent, and I cannot express enough how critically important the ecology of diverse Carolinian forest and its extensive impact on native and indigenous flora and fauna specific to this region. As significant, this unique fertile soil was created within a forest floor and complexity of microcosm and fungi, which provide the nutrient energy to feed, protect, and enhance the entire forest ecosystem. After digesting the motion signed by Councillor Hall, it was clear to me that Chatham-Kent and its residents have a long hill to climb in gaining a grasp on woodlot preservation strategies and its efforts. Landowners of woodlots is the primary focus of this motion, whereas tangible incentives must be in place to educate and encourage woodlot owners the necessary protection of their woodlots in a manner that respects the woodlot management and upholds the integrity of its unique diversity as a whole system and to the greater ecological connectedness of Chatham-Kent. Landowners must clearly acknowledge the inherent monetary value that these forests offer versus the decision of clearing a diverse system of species only to replace it with a monocrop requiring chemical treatments and abrasive topsoil applications. The commitment that Chatham-Kent Council has made concerning the planting of 1 million trees in 4 years is initially an encouraging policy, but one that will only provide enhanced ecological benefits if woodlot clear cutting is directly prohibited with the strict guidelines of policy and bylaw enforcement. The increased rate of woodlot cutting and burning in our region with respect to the loss of native Carolinian species could be irreversible in a few years to follow, resulting in a vast species decline in flora and fauna, not to mention increased soil erosion and desertification process. Species disconnectedness is already apparent in our region, resulting in complete species loss and the introduction of non-native invasive plants and animals. Similarly, to the significance of woodlot preservation, our urban forests are as important to preserve and maintain since these unique ecologies provide our populated communities with adequate microclimates to protect from severe weather, diverse ecosystems of songbirds and numerous native faunas, while adding qualitative value to public and private properties. With an aging urban forest within the majority of Chatham-Kent's urban trees, we must implement active, successful tree planting strategies before our heritage streets and avenues become bare of minimal tree cover. I recommend developing a list of native, urban-tolerant tree structures that the municipality can access from select planting trees during events when large mature trees are felled through natural causes or health failure. Any additional opportunities for successional tree cover would be implemented so that future generations of our communities will experience the same ecological benefits and grandeur that urban tree cover provides. It is my duty as a steward of landscape ecology to provide insightful, educated recommendations towards a future where Chatham-Kent can eventually heal and regain its vast assemblage of Carolinian plant diversity, and where agricultural practices can play harmoniously with balancing economical rewards and ecological resiliency. Thank you for reading, and I hope my words have a rippling effect throughout this process. Kindly, Eric Stewart.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Andrea O'Rourke, and I am a longtime resident and farm owner just outside of Ridgetown. We are surrounded by farming family and friends, and also participants of the ALUS program. We have a pond project and a tree planting that was coordinated by the LTVCA, who also did a windbreak project with us years before. In Chatham-Kent, we already have some great measures to increase our tree cover. However, at less than 3.5%, we are still losing significant amounts each year, and replanting projects can't keep up or replace old growth forest. Our landscape is becoming increasingly barren, and it changes our municipality as a whole. It's not just looks or feelings, it's human health and habitat. The last bits of forest here are critically important because of what little is left. The fact is that the forest of CK belong mostly to farmers. The good news is most have no interest in clearing. Proof of that is in the last few years when we've been on a really good streak farming-wise. The money is there to clear, yet it is being spent in other ways by almost all those that have bush. Deforestation makes complete economic sense and always will be a farming operation that's maximizing profit. And all of those farmers that choose not to clear have a good chance at selling eventually to those who will. The trend has shown itself in continually decreasing tree cover over the decades. The municipality can't compete with the economic forces driving deforestation. Your initiatives will never pay what that forest will once it is plowed. Voluntary measures are leaving the choice to the same operations who have chosen to clear before. Give bush owners incentives for being forced to be the keepers of the forest, but understand that alone will not be enough. We need a bylaw like all of those other municipalities have because they didn't want to end up like us with almost nothing left. Taking action is not a slight to the farming community, since a bylaw with initiatives will actually be rewarding the farmers who were already not going to touch those forests that have had for generations, and this is the overwhelming majority of our good stewards in CK. Thank you for bringing this to the table, since it's not an easy issue, but I truly hope the right thing will be done. Save the last forest of CK while we continue to increase naturalized space outside the farmland, because we need both. There is a balance that we need to keep. We can be farm proud and forest friendly. Respectfully, Andrea O'Rourke.
The next deputation is from Brian Stewart. Hello, my name is Brian Stewart, and I'm writing today to express my support for Councillor Hall's Woodlot preservation motion. I have grown up in Chatham-Kent and returned home after completing school, and as a longtime resident, I have seen the landscape of Chatham-Kent change drastically and not for the better. Growing up on the south side of Chatham, every house had a giant maple tree planted in the front yard for spectacular street views and great curb appeal for the subdivisions, but that is no longer the case. The amount of tree cover in Chatham-Kent is a dismal 3.4%. This is an embarrassment to any community, especially one that has been forced to declare climate emergencies due to the erosion of land caused by rising waters due to climate change. Due to the inaction of city councils, both current and previous, we need immediate action to help change our future. We are so far behind just planting a couple trees on a single property. We need a large-scale planting and protection in order to reverse a decades-long trend of clear cutting and little to no planting on behalf of the municipality. The life and benefits of mature woodlots cannot be duplicated through a single planting of non-native trees. We need to protect and increase the Carolinian forest that we currently have. Since amalgamation, Chatham-Kent has not a woodlot management strategy, and as a result, the mismanagement of our natural resources, we have seen woodlots across the municipality vanish at an alarming rate. As a result of the loss of tree coverage, the diverse flora and fauna that calls these areas home has also disappeared, only to be replaced by monocrops that further damage our climate through soil erosion, chemical treatment, and exhaust fumes from machinery. But things don't have to be this way, and there are signs of positive change. A goal of planting 1 million trees and local businesses stepping up with funding is a great start, but this only works if we protect the woodlots that we have left. Planting 1 million trees is an incredible feat, but if we also cut down 1 million trees, we ultimately spend a lot of money to get back to where we started. It will only leave us with 1 million saplings that will take years to mature and become beneficial, while existing healthy, beneficial trees are put in piles and burned in open fields. As council, you need to make a long overdue decision about the way the municipality heads in. Do we want to head in a direction that values our natural world for all it does for us and the beauty that it provides? Or do you want to vote in favor of clear cutting and providing a landscape that lacks life and only damages the land we have left? A vote in favor of Councillor Hall's motion is a vote for a future with cleaner air, a vibrant natural environment that fosters both life within woodlots and out the trails that provides places for young families to gather and explore. A vote against the motion our votes for yet another policy that sets Chatham-Kent backwards and shows disregard for our natural environment? If so, the Maple City is being taken off life support, and we will mourn the loss, knowing that we pulled the plug when we knew we could have done better. Brian Stewart.
Next one is from E. Blake Vince. I am reaching out proactively in advance of an upcoming vote regarding the tree cutting bylaw. As a farmer and property owner, I am frustrated that we continue to lose tree cover to clear cutting. When the Emerald Ash Borer debacle went through our area, the ash-free zone was created from east of Tilbury to Merlin Road. Through the community engagement process, one of the most stark statistics that was shared by federal officials was this: the proposed area has the lowest tree cover south of the Arctic Circle. To this day, almost 20 years later, those numbers in that statistic still is shocking. To think this area was one of the most ecological diverse habitats on our planet. The native flora and fauna was not corn, soybeans, wheat, tomatoes, tobacco, Brussels sprouts, sugar beets, etc., etc., etc. This area cannot afford to lose any additional forested area, period. As a member of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and accordingly the Kent Federation of Agriculture, I am a farmer who believes a bylaw may not be welcome, but it is absolutely a long overdue necessity. Other municipalities have policies in place that prevent tree cutting. It is time Chatham-Kent made a decision that provides a leadership position to protect our natural resources. We already have the poorest air quality in Chatham-Kent. This is reflected in our high rates of asthma, emphysema, and other respiratory ailments in our constituents. You have all been elected to make decisions that are not popular and are sometimes quite difficult. It is definitely a decision that will ensure the betterment of our communities and the people who call this our home. Sincerely, E. Blake Vince.
The next deputation is from Timothy Kennedy. I am writing this email to indicate my support for Councillor Hall's motion for woodlot preservation to be included as a written deputation for discussion. I moved to Chatham-Kent late in 2018 from Windsor, Essex. At that time, I thought the tree cover was low in Windsor, Essex. That changed when I moved here. I believe that failure to act on preserving and regenerating the woodlots and wild places of Chatham-Kent will come with negative consequences for this community, and that such failure will amount to negligence. I kindly request that you consider solutions to the low levels of wildlife and trees in Chatham-Kent by incentivizing planting of windbreaks, riparian zone naturalization, woodlot and wildgrass planting, and wetland rehabilitation. Restricting the development of riparian zones, woodlots, wetlands, and grasslands by either bylaw and/or permit process, increasing the total area of land under the authority of the conservation authorities, and to provide sufficient resourcing for the conservation authorities to manage and monitor these areas. I think some measurable indicators of success on this motion will be reduced erosion rates, higher levels of biodiversity, lower levels of unwanted particulate matter in the air, and lower incidences of plant and animal illness and disease. As a resident of Chatham-Kent, I ask that you support this motion and that you work towards the preservation and regeneration of the wild places of Chatham-Kent. Thank you, Timothy Kennedy.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Chris Knight, and I am a farmer and owner of roughly 100 acres of woodlot in southeast Chatham-Kent. I am also a member of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, OFA, and therefore the Kent Federation of Agriculture, KFA. I support the passing of the tree clear cutting bylaw tonight. Back in 2013 and 14, I was involved with the development of the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy with Mr. Tom Beaton and other members of the farming community. Many other farmers, myself included, were in favor of the bylaw at that time. However, Council chose the carrot, the strategy, instead of the stick, the bylaw. As you are all keenly aware, hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars have been invested in this carrot approach, and yet woodlots continue to be bulldozed unchecked, and they cannot be replaced. We were told by some members of the farm community that farmers would police farmers. It hasn't worked. It was never going to work. By the same rationale, Chatham-Kent Police should allow drivers to police drivers, and the building department can be relieved of their duties because builders can and should police other builders. It sounds absurd, and it is. The bylaw that you have in front of you was vetted extensively and developed in consultation with numerous other municipalities in Ontario, and they all have tree cutting bylaws. This was also done at considerable expense and effort. These tree cutting bylaws have been accepted and supported by numerous other farm organizations and the Ontario Woodlot Owners Association. I realize this is a new council that has many new faces, but some of the old guards still exist, and they can attest to the gravity this issue presented council during that time period. There will be those that say we need more data. Go for a drive and count the slashed piles of woodlots that once stood. That's the only data you need. There will be farmers that say, I will never plant another tree. Don't worry, there are plenty of farmers that will. And besides, a stick in the ground planted by the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority can never replace a Carolinian woodlot. The time for half measures and kicking the can down the road has come to an end. A bylaw stops deforestation. This can be proven by looking at the success other agriculturally based municipalities have had in balancing agricultural production with the environment. As a farmer and a woodlot owner, I wish there was another way. However, you now have at least 7 to 8 years as proof to know that regulation is both needed and necessary. Others in the farm community have had a chance to self-regulate, and they have failed miserably. All taxpayers in Chatham-Kent have had to foot the enormous bill for this failed policy. Now it is your turn as elected officials to put this issue to rest once and for all. As a farmer and member of the OFA and KFA, I fully support the implementation of this bylaw, and I commend Council for taking up this issue once again. With proper focus, effort, and enforcement, this bylaw can begin to heal an issue that is decades old. Do what's right for agriculture and the community. Pass the tree cutting bylaw tonight. Sincerely, Chris Knight.
My name is Lisa Natvick, and for over 40 years, our family has lived and thrived in this area. Through building houses by foresting trees from lush wilderness surrounding to farming the plentiful agricultural land, we are just one of the many families that have enjoyed nature's bounty in the Chatham-Kent area. In order to preserve the land, there is a constant effort to replant trees and continue nature's life cycle for people in the area and visitors to enjoy. Personally, we have paralyzed the picturesque forested area in our thriving Airbnb accommodation to allow guests a special nature retreat. From walking the trails amongst a variety of trees and preserved pond life areas to bird watching, a number of species that migrate yearly through the area, visitors have had the luxury of enjoying nature at its finest. As hosts, we have a number of guests and return visitors who have nothing but rave reviews about the area and how it allows them to escape from life in the city. Not only has our property lured new people to experience the area, they have also enjoyed visiting the local businesses in the area as well. We cannot exclude the possibility of ecotourism and the revenue it brings into local businesses. It would also be a travesty to slowly erode the natural resources that have taken so many generations and hard work by area residents to harvest. Lisa Natvick.
The next deputation is from Jay Cunningham, President, Kent Federation of Agriculture. Mayor Caniff and members of council, this controversial issue of a tree cutting bylaw is once again rearing its ugly head. This bylaw has been heavily promoted by the same small group as before, with the effective goal of taking away private property rights for farmland woodlot owners without compensation. The 350 or so residents who signed the recent petition put forward by the bylaw promoters does not point to widespread support in Chatham-Kent population of over 100,000. It must be noted that all woodlots are not equal value or benefit. Some are healthy, diverse, and productive, but many are not. Having been ravaged by disease or poor management, any proposed incentive programs must be targeted towards high-quality woodlots. Chatham-Kent has some of the best and most diverse agricultural land in the world. If council decides to put a tree cutting bylaw in place, they will greatly inhibit the farmers' ability to manage their land to the highest level in order to remain current and profitable. Agriculture is ever-changing industry. New and modern technologies have increased farmers' tools and options for soil conservation. Landowners have taken advantage of the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority programs, and green cover is on the rise. but it is taking a different shape. Windbreaks and special projects, including wetlands or ponds, are taking favor rather than a woodlot that has been ravaged against disease and invasive species. If council passes a temporary bylaw that becomes the first step onto a slippery slope of ever-increasing regulations of private property. An example in bordering Lambton County, farmers wishing to clear woodlot must apply to the Woodlots Hearings Board Committee of Council. The application fee is $1,000, and if the application is granted, the farmer must pay $3,000 per acre with the stated purpose of planting trees elsewhere in the county. Ontario loses 175 acres of farmland every day to development, and that's 63,875 acres every year. The production lost forever from that land needs to be replaced, be it the Amazon rainforest or poor quality Chatham-Kent bushland. Replacing a woodlot with high value crops provide an environmental benefit of an annual cropping rotation and direct economic benefits within Chatham-Kent. If trees are so important, why does St. Clair Region Conservation Authority rent out farmland that has been donated to St. Clair Region Conservation Authority, rented to the highest bidder to grow cash crops rather than planting trees in the $3,000 per acre taken from farmers? If Chatham-Kent Council moves to adopt tree cutting bylaw, several financial issues are created, such as a cost of enforcement personnel and legal costs of any prosecutions. Council must carefully consider all the implications of taking property rights from CK landowners. Jay Cunningham, President, Kent Federation of Agriculture.
My name is Olav Natvik. I'm 55 years old and have lived in South Orford since a young kid. I've been fortunate to grow up in a farming family that has learned to appreciate the beauty of nature and see its intrinsic value and benefit to the community by maintaining my original woodlots. I own 125 acres of land, 50 of which 50 acres is forested. My woodlots are part of the last remaining woodlot sections in South Orford, and sadly, I have come to the conclusion that they need legal protection, otherwise they will also go the way of the dodo. I support a tree cutting bylaw for various reasons. The key reason is that current land sales to large farming operations, more times than not, leads to land clearing. Since the last time the tree cutting bylaw was voted down, 2 neighboring farms came up for sale. And with land values at $10,000 plus per acre, the buyers are large farming outfits. One neighboring farm had every last tree removed, probably 30 to 40 acres worth. And the other piece I had to do a land swap, sell a 40-acre cleared piece so I could buy the neighboring 50-acre piece with 25 acres of remaining woodlot. The reality is, if I didn't do the land swap, the next large farming operation would have cleared and tiled the woodlot. This is on the ground trend that continues since I was a boy. It's sad. And the reality is that the remaining forests only do so because the landowners see intrinsic value beyond simply dollars and cents, propositioning the majority want to see a way to keep it as such. It is the woodlot owners who, by and large, want the tree cutting bylaw, while it's farming interests who want to buy what remains and who are against the tree cutting bylaw. To farming interests, it's simply dollars and cents. Propositions have the future opportunity to clear what remains when it comes up for sale, and that's doubly sad. I'm not a political person. I know there's a lot of silent landowners who happen to own a small piece of brush that's given them great joy, and it kills them when they know the next buyer comes in will likely clear it. I can tell you many people would roll in their graves if they knew what happened to their woodlots after their passing. I don't want that to be me, so I hope council can find a way to save the last 2 to 3% of Chatham-Kent's forested lands so that others can enjoy the true legacy and find some joy that kept me here in the first place. Olav Natvik.
Next deputation is from Rock Jaluk, Green Line, Ridgetown. Honorable Council and Mayor, forest protection is this municipality is long overdue. Since 2006, Chatham-Kent's goal has been to increase forest cover on private and public lands, but the efforts of CK's Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy cannot keep up with the pace on the ongoing deforestation. We are losing mature Carolina forest at a steady pace. How could this be? Farmers are paying little, if any, property tax on forest under the FFE, Farm Forestry Exemption. One of the big factors that contribute to deforestation is the municipality. In this municipality is the fact that farmers can claim land clearing as a tax write-off, thanks to the Canada Revenue Agency. This is especially the case in Chatham-Kent, where our forests are not protected like they are in our neighboring municipalities. This needs to be understood and acknowledged by council and staff by developing an incentive plan. Therefore, as a full-time farmer of 25 years and a woodlot owner of 20 acres, I fully support Councillor Hall's temporary bylaw motion. Rock Jaluk.
The next deputation is from the Sydenham Field Naturalists. As the president of the Sydenham Field Naturalists, I express the Sydenham Field Naturalists' support of Aaron Hall's motion on April 26, 2021, with regard to woodlot preservation in Chatham-Kent. The Sydenham Field Naturalists views the ongoing destruction of forest cover in Chatham-Kent as extremely alarming. Chatham-Kent has already the lowest tree cover in southern Ontario and is considering the state of the natural environment globally, nationally, and especially locally. We encourage Chatham-Kent to find solutions and take action by supporting fully Aaron's woodlot preservation motion. Past bylaws, the Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy, have failed at protecting Chatham-Kent's remaining forest cover, biodiversity, and long list of species at risk. I ask that each councillor vote yes to support Aaron's motion and be the council that finally takes the responsibility of protecting our natural heritage seriously. Together with conservation organizations such as the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, Sydenham Field Naturalists, Birds Canada, Ontario Nature, and the Chatham-Kent Woodlot Preservation Group, we can work to find a solution for all. The Sydenham Field Naturalists.
Next deputation is from Denise Shepherd. As a member of the Chatham-Kent Natural Heritage Sustainability Committee, representing the community partner, Sydenham Field Naturalists, I welcome Councillor Aaron Hall's motion and support it fully. The decimation to the natural heritage that has continued since 2013 needs to be addressed with determined action to save the small remaining areas. Administration and council have gone in print as being committed to addressing Chatham-Kent's lowest percentage of tree cover in all of Ontario, but what is required are real-time solutions, on-the-ground actions, and immediate passing of a temporary bylaw of February 11th, 2013. Obviously, there has been failures in protecting and preserving our environment and our rich diversity. The Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy outlined concrete actions and timelines to conserve and restore habitat in this highly threatened yet biologically diverse landscape. Lack of adherence and action have resulted in scars across the land that will never heal or hold flora and fauna species in the limbs of trees or on the forest floor ever again. The time for words on paper and recommendation not followed is long past, and the findings will be that our tree cover preservation plans failed. Support of this motion with its plans for incentives, public consultation, and passing of the bylaw of February 13th, 2013 is of utter importance. Undoubtedly, you have been contacted by many residents encouraging a positive vote in various sectors of the community offering to work together to enhance our natural resources. The timing is right to join in a unified front to protect the woodlands that provide environmental and economic benefits to both the private landowner and the general public. This is the opportunity for the men and women of this council to recognize what has been lost and to make a commitment to stop the destruction with your vote tonight. I call upon each councillor to vote yes to accept this motion this evening and to know that this is the council of 2021 that cared enough about the health of their constituents, took the responsibility to preserve Chatham-Kent's rich diversity, and stood behind a motion that affects the quality of life for both present and future generations. With respect, Denise Shepherd.
The next deputation is from Earl Johnson. The support of this motion comes from the Regenerative Agricultural Land Use Management Group, otherwise known as REALM, an association of farmers whose purpose is to promote responsible land stewardship, environmental best practices, and long-term sustainability and regeneration of rural lands. Members are from across the municipality. engage in all matters of farm enterprise, and represent 3 major farm organizations: the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, the Christian Farmers Organization of Ontario, and the Ontario chapter of the National Farmers Union. Realm has been instrumental in helping with past rural issues in Chatham-Kent and will continue to do so. Realm supports the motion as is documented. Furthermore, Realm is offering to bring like-minded farmers together to support, consult, and contribute to a positive resolution for this long-standing tree issue in Chatham-Kent. Thank you, Earl Johnson.
The next deputation is from Dennis Jack, Thamesville, Ontario. His comments are: he does not support the tree cutting bylaw. He does not support systematic grids of windbreak, doesn't support forcing someone or socialism to dictate what can be done after someone purchases a property, and doesn't think it's appropriate that someone doesn't own the land to buy the land and leave it all in trees. And he believes farmers were the original environmentalists before it became, quote unquote, a yuppie trendy thing. Dennis Jack, Thamesville.
The next deputation is from Marilyn and Gary Eagleson. A few years ago, we could have rightly claimed Chatham-Kent produces trucks and auto parts for the world. We witnessed the collapse of these facilities, and our efforts to prevent this economic tragedy for whatever reasons were for naught. Oh, how times have changed. History is in the past and the future is yet to come. We now have the next train of change barreling down upon us. Oh, how times will change. Warnings regarding the pending train have repeatedly been issued by entities such as the UN, OMAFRA, the University of Guelph, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, and others who may know a little about the world economics, such as Mark Carney and Bill Gates. The train that I speak of is obviously climate change. This train has already passed through many areas of the planet, including 3/4 of the Western US, which has just declared a mega drought. Hundreds of desperate farmers face ruin, and a summer of wildfires is anticipated. Similar reports have recently come from parts of Africa and Asia. Coming from a family that has farmed in Ontario since 1850, I am well aware that rural folk are a determined and proud community, determined during adversity and proud during success. This is our genes as a survival mode established over decades. These qualities are very admirable, but as usual in life, there is a catch. It is to our folly to be so stubborn as to expect that to be able to will the world to be what it is not. A recent quote from a well-known plant scientist is, at some point, we need to stop looking into herbicides as a solution to a problem caused by herbicides. The excessive number of herbicide-resistant weeds in Chatham-Kent clearly shows that at times we have difficulty listening. As mentioned, the undeniable truth is that crop production around the world has experienced significant change for another reason. Any successful landowner knows that the ultimate factor that determines crop yield is the weather. Many can alter soil quality, but not the weather. The heavy monoculture agriculture and a critical lack of natural biodiversity in Chatham-Kent, we are very susceptible. Therefore, a valid question is, as a result of repeating warnings, have we taken significant measures in our municipality over the past 20+ years to prepare for this challenge? In spite of abundant rhetoric, the answer is still painfully obvious. Oh, how times will change. If one can exclude the appealing but ultimately self-defeating impulses of bias and emotion, at the day's end, there are no two sides to this issue facing council this evening. There is, however, certain validity in the comment that divided we fall. At stake is the very future of Chatham-Kent and the planet, and specifically our valued agricultural industry. This essential goal cannot be locally achieved if we continue to have the emotional divisiveness that has historically permeated our council chamber. This only fuels the same destructive interaction within our community. In the simplest of terms, we cannot continue to destroy our natural defenses against the oncoming train and naively think that there will be no consequences beyond what has already occurred. Approval of tonight's motion by Councillor Hall provides a critical and perhaps the last opportunity for Council to demonstrate responsible decision-making that is not based on alarmist and false rumors, but on undeniable facts. For the good of future generations, we must unite to have conservations to develop strategies and actions to confront this foe. This process will begin with the passing of this motion. There is absolutely no excuse that you can claim to your grandchildren that were provided otherwise. Divided, we fall. United, we win. Marilyn and Gary Eagleson.
The next deputation is from John Sararapnikas. Greetings, Chatham-Kent Council. Thank you for taking a minute to hear my views on the proposed woodlot bylaw. I was born in Chatham-Kent and recently decided to move back where I still own 250 acres of farmland. I have a number of concerns regarding moving ahead with this proposal at this time, beginning with only learning about it earlier today, only hours before it was presented during COVID restrictions and when farmers are busy preparing to plant crops. This does not speak to an open, fair, and thorough exercise. Since temporary usually is the first step to permanency, even a time-limited bylaw will begin to degrade our tax base by triggering thousands of impact appeals, private financial arrangements and valuations, lifelong investment decisions in our county, and inevitably begin class action litigation that is sure to follow. Many of you on council are involved in sports and recreation. How would it be perceived if someone changed the rules of the game in progress all of a sudden to benefit only one side at expense of the other? Also, how would you react if someone devalued your house or manipulated your investment or holdings overnight with the stroke of a pen? Chatham-Kent has lost many good industries, and only recently has the county recovered some of its population loss of the last few decades. Agriculture has been one of a few stalwart, productive sectors that continue to support our tax base and our many related businesses. Farmers now have many layers of regulations to contend with, and you want to maintain the county's reputation as being welcoming to agriculture. Please take the prudent and fair path with possibly establishing a study group or committee that allows ample time for all interested parties to review data, surveys, and impacts to be reviewed, which will promote the atmosphere of cooperation and trust, not confrontation. Traveling the county, I do not see any mass wholesale forest destruction, except the odd rationalization of field corners or edges to accommodate modern equipment. In fact, I have heard that thanks to the efforts within the county, there is possibly a net gain of natural cover over time. Therefore, I don't see an urgency for the bylaw at this time. You are just raising suspicions, distrust, and animosity on top of the people having to deal with the COVID and related issues. Please don't pander the one group of interest. Be careful of what's presented, because after going on a website that is promoting this bylaw much louder than its numbers justify, I found old dated photo and scenes that are at times not even from the county and probably supported by some who don't even live or own property here. Be fair, think this through first, and remember your responsibility is to move the county forward, not to create divisiveness and conflict.
The next deputation is from Ron Verhel. Good day, Council. I am writing this to inform you that I am 100% against a tree bylaw. Since 2013, things have been quiet, and these non-farming farmers and non-woodlot people need to understand there is no free land or forest. I am a full-time farmer, and I take care of my business to my best farm practices. The Lower Thames Valley has been working with farmers to achieve a better environment. These people are welcome to purchase any of my land or Chatham-Kent and plant whatever they wish, not for free though. I will look at legal avenues to recover my loss on my land and forest, and I will sit down with the KFA and Lower Thames to discuss ways we can work together for the betterment of our community. No CK Woodlot group, not the CK Woodlot group. They are communists, and if someone does not live here, they should have zero say. Thank you, Ron Verhel.
The next deputation is from Louis Rush. Mayor Caniff and members of council, this bylaw is unfair to be put in place with only a couple days' notice. This municipality needs to look in its own backyard. Chatham is sitting on the best, most productive lands to feed the world. Year in and year out, we produce a crop without irrigation. This is a privilege compared to most of the world. Only 5% of Ontario is capable of producing a crop. Everyone wants cheap, safe, local food. We deliver. Chatham-Kent is known around the world for its consistent top quality food production. This did not happen by accident. It is all about our quality of land, its southerly location surrounded by the Great Lakes. Our government is paying $500 an acre in the north to clear land where their production will never come close to competing with Chatham-Kent. Chatham is currently planning more houses on a prime agricultural land while using more acres for housing than there are acres being cleared. We cannot fix bush removal issues with a bylaw while we are forced to produce more food on more marginal land. While in discussions with some councillors and top administrators, I was told that no farmland is being used for industry or housing in Chatham-Kent. This land is a resource that cannot be replaced. Use it wisely for the future. High-density apartment buildings with a green space must be looked at now. A bush removed is still productive for agriculture for generations to come. Housing is food production lost forever. Just because the land is within designated city boundaries does not take away the fact that it is still Class 1 farmland. Without meaningful municipal dialogue with our farm organizations, now I truly wonder if the future, how following generations will decide history as to who was off the mark. Please reject this bylaw now. History can be very kind or very mean. You are making this decision for our future now. Please vote no to this bylaw.
My name is Reedon Garapick, and I am writing today in support of a bylaw to protect woodlots and wooded areas from clear cutting. I've lived in Orford Township my whole life, and I've been so fortunate to have grown up in an area of both conserved and reverted natural lands. My family of farmers has always been very interested in preserving nature. I've seen the difference that conservation efforts can make not only for the land itself, but for the inhabitants of it, both human and animal. I am currently a second-year medical student. This means I've become very familiar with the Back to CK initiative. The Back to CK initiative shows how Chatham-Kent understands that the future of our community lies in convincing the younger generation who have left Chatham-Kent for their professional training to then come back and join the evolving workforces and start their families in this area. As rural communities in southwestern Ontario, it is clear that Chatham-Kent has recognized the fact that if we want to keep up, we need to evolve to foster spaces for younger people to settle into and grow our communities. As someone who's being actively recruited to return to CK after my medical training, I've reflected on what would draw me back to practice here. The answer is simple, and based on my scrolling through the Back to CK testimonials, very common among those who have chosen to return. This answer is, more often than not, what our children have to the same experience growing up in a rural community that we had. A rural childhood is a truly beautiful experience, and it allows for so many more than the urban experience. We want our children to enjoy biking in Rondeau and walk the wooded trails and be able to fish and do water sports on the lake. We want them to see the ecosystems change with the seasons, the geese flying through the spring, the deer running through the fields in the fall, the turtles and snakes crossing the roads through the summer. We want them to be able to skate on ponds rather than rinks, swim in lakes rather than pools, walk on trails rather than sidewalks. We want them to grow up with the same beautiful and free environment that we did, so they can grow to appreciate Chatham-Kent the way we do. This younger generation is caring more about the environment and the importance of preserving nature than any generation before us. We've seen in our short lifetimes already the damage being done to the nature around us, and the climate anxiety is becoming more real as we envision that our futures might hold. For many of us, coming back to Chatham-Kent is a way to ensure our children don't end up missing out on the things that we're losing that made our childhood so great. Back to CK shows that Chatham-Kent recognizes the importance of bringing younger families and professionals back to rural Ontario, but that this initiative will be useless if you're not listening to what younger people want, and by way of considering coming back. If you don't listen, you'll lose us, and we are the future of Chatham-Kent. We want investment in preserving the environment in southwestern Ontario, and we want preservation of the areas we grew up enjoying. This bylaw would be a good step in giving us the confidence that the nature is being protected when we ask ourselves, will I move back to CK? Reedon Garapick.
And the last deputation for item 12A is from Mona Natvik on behalf of Natvik Farms, Ward 3. To the Council of the Municipality of Chatham-Kent. This letter serves to address our current Chatham-Kent Council on the grave concern of land management and the challenge faced by councils of today and the past to appropriately address this issue. My name is Mona Natvik and I live on a family farm in Ward 3. I write to you as a long-term resident of Chatham-Kent as my birthplace and now home, as I have returned here to care for my aging parents and continue a family legacy on the lands that we currently inhabit and are stewards of for the time being. Let me acknowledge that my family is on Aboriginal land that has been inhabited by Indigenous peoples from the beginning and as a settler. I am grateful for the opportunity to thank all of the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years, long before today. I acknowledge that in Ward 3, I live on Anishinaabe, Attawattaronk, and Mississauga people's land. There is much concern of our community over this issue, and we continue to have this serious problem here. Councils of the past have not found solutions for their residents and landowners by providing them real incentives to maintain their wooded and environmentally significant properties responsibly. Landowners and those concerned for our initial landscape and environment are on the same side here. However, the council has yet to enact a solution for us. Landowners need monetary incentive, the end. Council must realize the greater global environmental crises which are present right here in Chatham-Kent are not just the globe and actually providing monetary incentives for landowners, or this destruction will continue. And one might ask, why wouldn't the destruction continue? There is little reason for a landowner who needs to provide income for the family to not destroy these habitats if it can benefit them financially to clear land for farming income. Even if a landowner wishes not to deforest the land, they may still need to do so for their own financial survival, as council has never provided them with a real solution. I would not call these landowners greedy. They are caught in a circumstance that our council has the power to change starting today. Where we are, my family and I, we have managed to make some things work through ecological restoration projects, land conversion, and personal values along favorable circumstances, allowing us to keep habitat untouched or even restored from farmlands back to wetlands and tall grass prairies. This is a family legacy I hope to continue, but that will only last as long as we inhabit that land. We rely on governance to ensure that generations to come will also continue to respect and care for the land environmentally and with sound practice rooted in logic and rationale. World leaders are beginning to make the difficult and crucial changes we need now. And they've urged us to no longer make excuses. This should serve as a beacon for us as this issue branches out far beyond the borders of Chatham-Kent. However, what makes us different is that our council has yet to enact an appropriate solution already. Because there is no solution provided here in Chatham-Kent, it is astonishing to me that I have had to find a solution elsewhere. From Estonia, a small country in Eastern Europe, our farm will become part of a global initiative that provides financial incentives for landowners to not deforest their lands, funded by small and large companies across the globe who are invested in carbon offsetting. In short, we are looking outside the municipality of Chatham-Kent and partnering with a solution born elsewhere, since there has yet to be a homegrown solution. Excuse me. Chatham-Kent has plenty of resident and scientist experts from within and outside the county border that state we have a problem and affirm its urgency for solutions. This cannot be ignored any longer. I ask you, council, are you working for the broader community? For not just today, but also for tomorrow? Will you be working with us? Though we may at times seem to come to you for polarizing sides, we ultimately want the same thing, a responsible and decisive council. Make the right decision here and give this place and its people a chance to not just survive, but thrive and attract others, young and old, professional and retired, familiar and new, to come here and join us. Give landowners the monetary incentive they need to be responsible. As an old saying puts it simply, just do it. Be proactive and lead, be accountable, ethical, and do the right thing. Be fair, we already have enough regret. Be the welcoming, healthy, prosperous community that is culturally rich and naturally innovative, just as your very own community vision compels you to do. Mona Natvik on behalf of Natvik Farms. Next, we'll move on to two deputations received on item 16A, which is the motion of Councillor Sakachi, media campaign and signs for species at risk. The first one is from Tom Beaton, Mitchells Bay Area Association. It has come to our attention that Councillor Sakachi is filing a notice of motion for the April 26th council meeting agenda in regards to species at risk. We have read the notice of motion and offer this letter of support for the said motion. The Mitchells Bay Area Association is not-for-profit local volunteer organization. We currently host 2 events each year to fundraise in support of projects or tourism attraction and natural habitat enhancements, restoration, and protection in Mitchells Bay and surrounding areas. We are aware of the Conservation Action Plan were compiled for Chatham-Kent that were later incorporated into the Chatham-Kent Natural Heritage Implementation Strategy. This document was approved by Council in 2014, in part identified CAR in the different natural habitat corridors in Chatham-Kent, and is a document that should be used as a reference to offer protection for, to assist with the planning purposes and the creation of action plans. We understand that CAR needs the assistance of environmental stewards to bring awareness and the protection of CAR, and that both Council and the LTVCA and the SCRCA have the authority and responsibility to be those stewards. Therefore, we support the notice of motion in an effort to identify natural habitat areas that are home to CAR in Chatham-Kent, and all efforts to bring awareness to and protection for CAR in these areas.
The next deputation is from the Aereo Community Association, and it's from Leo Hoovelmans. The Aereo Community Association is in full support of the upcoming motion for the installation of signage in the designated areas for species at risk. We understand the importance of protecting these species as their habitats are in locations close to roads that make them most vulnerable to traffic. All species are necessary to protect as they are an important component of maintaining the ecological balance of life on this planet. The posting of signs will make motorists aware of the need to slow down and perhaps alleviate some of the carnage that we see. Respectfully, Leo Hoovelmans.
And Council, the last 2 deputations we have this evening are on item 17A, which is the motion of Councillor Oche regarding provincial lockdown. The first deputation on that matter is from Tara Fox. It reads as follows. Good evening. I am writing today in response to a motion that was forwarded by Councillor Mark Oche regarding his request to have the Mayor contact Premier Ford in a bid to end the lockdown for Chatham-Kent. We have been fortunate in Chatham-Kent thus far in regards to our local case count. There have been only a few significant outbreaks to bring our case count over 100. These small handfuls of outbreaks have been rapidly and effectively isolated and contained in by our public health team. The vast majority of residents in Chatham-Kent have played a major role in limiting the spread of COVID-19 by practicing public health safety measures regularly. As we have seen, however, in the emergence of the B117 variant that has become the dominant strain in our community, that even a few seamlessly harmless incidents can have drastic outcomes quickly. All throughout Chatham-Kent, the variants of concern are much more contagious than their other predecessor, causing a surge of ICU admissions with upward of 600 people in Ontario daily, many of them younger than the previous wave, sedated and breathing with assistance from a ventilator. Even though the majority of the cases and admissions are happening throughout the GTA, we are feeling the impact here at our home as our own CKHA are stepping up to the plate in order to provide care for those who need it, regardless of their personal postal code. We cannot turn our backs on them now. They need us to do our part by following public health safety measures. If Chatham-Kent were to end the lockdown while the rest of the province remains in stay-at-home orders, it would encourage residents from other jurisdictions to our area, effectively putting our residents at risk, especially with the highly contagious variants that are now circulating. Our community is not within its own self-contained biodome. We are a small part of the bigger picture. We are not just residents of Chatham-Kent, we are Ontarians. Most of all, we are Canadians. We will not win this battle against the ferocious third wave sweeping over our province if we are not fighting against it together. I know it's hard, Everyone is feeling the financial, physical, and emotional impact of this pandemic. None of us asked for this to happen, and there is not a single person who doesn't wish we were on the other side of this by now. Putting all the doom and gloom aside, there is hope. Every day throughout Ontario, many citizens are offering up their arm to receive one of the available COVID vaccines. Every day the light is at the end of this seemingly never-ending tunnel glows just a little bit brighter, but we're not there yet. One of the most heartbreaking things I've seen come from this pandemic is the absolute polarization that has surfaced between people. We as residents look to those that are in positions of authority to influence and guide us with clear and concise messaging. Having a member of council decide to bring a motion forward that does not have the safety of the majority of Chatham-Kent residents in mind only adds to the polarization that has already poisoned us in a community. We would all love more than anything to go for dinner with our families, get a haircut, browse every aisle in a store, to have some semblance of normal. But the only way we will get there is by not giving up on doing what has been shown to work. We need time to get vaccines into the arms of those who want them. In conclusion, it is my hope that once our stay-at-home orders end, that we will be able to start working together on building back our community, supporting local businesses where more than ever, and advocating for allowing outdoor sports so that our children do not miss their soccer, baseball, and outdoor activities that we know now can be done safely. There are a lot of positive changes that we look forward to and work towards in the near future, but I ask that we do not move forward with this motion today. Thank you for your time, Tara Fox.
And now the last deputation. Dear Council, Ontario has been struggling with COVID for the past year now. We've seen some successes as well as setbacks. The successes have been due to science-based policies that work, as well as the collective effort and sacrifice of Ontarians. Of course, the effort and sacrifices that we've made, willingly or not, have come at a cost, both physical, mental, social, and financial. Such are the times we find ourselves, but nonetheless, the costs have been necessary to beat back the virus. Yet despite this, we now see a third wave, even more dangerous with new infections, to which we can attribute to a number of factors: inconsistent policy, a slow vaccine rollout, more infectious variants of concern, but predominantly the letting down of our guard, which comes from either the lack of care or for simple COVID fatigue. Well, understandable, this is the worst possible time for this to happen. If anything, despite how tired we are of this pandemic, it's time to double down. If we don't, we will see a continued cycle of reoccurring waves interspersed with reoccurring restrictions. Where is the end? There are laws currently in place that restrict operations of businesses, but also speak to the public gatherings, mask wearing, and what is deemed essential or not. Those jurisdictions where these laws are actually enforced and just not paid lip service to, have seen the societies return to a far closer sense of normal than what we are seeing. We can point to countries such as New Zealand, Singapore, or Australia as good examples. Laws are on the books that speak to pandemic control, and penalties are specified. At this time, these laws are simply not being consistently enforced. On the weekend of April 10th, for example, protests were congregated at several intersections in downtown Chatham, many unmasked, certainly not respecting the 2-meter social distancing, and well in excess of the maximum number allowed. While events the following weekend did see a single charge against an alleged organizer, these charges seem inconsistent and somewhat lacking. These participants, unmasked and close together, surely were aware of the rules and restrictions. Have they a free pass? The fact that despite several calls to the police and cruisers were observed driving past these protesters, nobody has been held accountable for gatherings is astounding. It boggles the mind that this can even happen right in the middle of a deadly surge in cases. I can guarantee that if everyone gathering has been holding and imbibing open bottles of beer, charges would have been laid. So why is this different? We understand that there is a delicate line between allowing some modicum of normalcy and managing a once-in-a-century public health crisis, but the actions, or more accurately inactions, fall well short of responsible management of the crisis. We humbly request that enforcement of the existing laws be applied evenly and consistently throughout the board. If we are to get our lives back to any sense of normalcy, those responsible for the irresponsible spread of the virus and its variants must be held to account and must be dissuaded from putting the public at risk. Best regards, R. Gerard, T. Fox, and G. Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, now we move on to the consent agenda. So I will go through the ones that will be approved in the consent agenda, or sorry, the ones that will be pulled for discussion at this time. So we have 11C, which is the tender award, hot mix and fiber reinforced asphalt by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi. Next, we have 11G, the RFP nurse call system replacement, Riverview Gardens, pulled by Councillor Latimer. We have item 11H, the Municipal Modernization Program grant application, pulled by Councillor Latimer. We have item 12B, the motion of Councillor Hall, the woodlot preservation. It's been pulled by Councillors Hall, Harrigan, Latimer, Brock McGregor, Carmen McGregor. Items 13B, tax sale write-off, 42 Southend Crescent, Chatham, pulled by Councillor Latimer. Item 14A, the mitigation of human and social impacts of COVID-19, pulled by Councillor Harrigan, Councillor Kirkwood-White, and Councillor Latimer. Item 14B, contract for temporary shelter spaces, pulled by Councillor Latimer and Councillor Sakachi. Next, item 16A, motion of Councillor Sakachi, media campaign and signs for species at risk, pulled by Councillor Sakachi and Kirkwood-White. Item 17A, motion of Councillor Oche, the provincial lockdown, pulled by Councillor Oche, Latimer, and Carmen McGregor. And the last item that's been pulled has been motion of Councillor Crew, municipal advertising practices, and that's due to a conflict by Councillor Hall. Therefore, in the consent this evening, Mayor Caniff, we have items 11A, B, D, E, F, item 12A, 13A, and items 15A, B, and C.
Councillor Foss and Councillor Wright, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I'll make a move on that.
Councillor Foss? Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to fill in for that?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We got Councillor Foss in there. Any questions? Councillor Sakachi?
Thank you, Your Worship. Given the scope of today's meeting, if Councillor Kirkwood-White's okay with it, I'm okay with moving my my motion on the consent agenda, if that's okay with Councillor Kirkwood-White.
It's okay with me.
Okay, so that one would be 16A that will also move over into the consent agenda. We'll just get that up on the screen for council. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 11, tender awards.
11C, tender award contract T21-105, hot mix and fiber reinforced asphalt resurfacing program.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi, can you each move this, please?
I'll move it. Seconded, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you very much. I believe my question is, at least at the outset, to Mr. T-Bear. For quite a few years now, successive councils have been pushing to get Brock Street addressed. Not only is it a busy tourism destination, it's becoming more and more so. It's an advertising tool for our tourism department with the fishing and the water sports. It's one of the very few public accesses to our waterways. I think one of the only ones, if not the only one, on the Lake Erie side. What are we doing to improve Brock Street, and what are we doing to mitigate erosion issues that face that roadway on a daily basis?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. This is Chris Fibre, Director of Engineering. So Brock Street is currently identified on the contract, on the hot mix contract this year for a resurfacing operation. It was noted due to its low pavement condition index rating that the road is in need of repair, has been in need of repair now for a couple of years now. Last year and actually the year before, due to the high water levels, we were not able to get in and do the work and resurface the road. But based on the water level forecast for this year, we are expecting to get in there and resurface the road accordingly. We will be communicating and reviewing this road with the contractor prior to going out for the resurfacing work to ensure that it is safe and adequate to repair the road due to the adjacent water levels. But based on the current stats right now, we're anticipating to do this. But this is just a resurfacing of Brock Street. The ultimate capital plan project for Brock Street, which is to upgrade the road to a proper urban cross section, which is including the road widening, the on-street parking, the drainage improvements, full curb and gutter. So that's basically a full dig out of the road and replacement of the road. That is a capital project that was noted and brought forward to council's attention a few years ago now as part of the capital plan. It is still on the capital plan, subject to council's prioritization during budget deliberations. And so that it is on the deferred funding list as of right now. So all we're going to be proceeding with this year, what our plans are to proceed with this year, is a typical shave and pave or resurfacing operation to dress it up and ensure that it is safe and we're maintaining its current safe standings. With respect to the erosion and the concerns of the erosion happening out there, our public works team is reviewing this road continuously. They're out there monitoring the road and bringing forward any concerns, of course, to our attention to address. And they will continue to do so throughout the year and going forward.
So what is the expected life cycle of or lifespan of this project for Brock Street?
So a typical pavement replacement or resurfacing operation is approximately 10 to 15 years, as long as we continue with preventative maintenance strategies such as crack sealing and microsurfacing operations or any of those other kind of preventative maintenance operations. But when you do go into resurface the road, it does typically by approximately 10 to 15 years.
So it wouldn't be too far outside the realm to expect residents to believe that that means we won't be doing any sort of improvements, road widening, or upgrades to Brock Street in the next 10 to 15 years.
Should council direct us to proceed with the upgrade as part of the capital plan, the works that we're doing right now will not be a complete waste. There is opportunities to work with what we've done or what we're planning to do to do the road upgrade. Hopefully, like with respect to the curb and gutter or the drainage improvements along the sides of the road, the widening of the road, we will definitely try to ensure that there is a means of saving what we did or what we're planning to do this year in the future as part of that capital plan project.
And there's currently no plan to widen out the end where vehicles turn around or anything like that, right?
Not at this time, not right now. The current resurfacing operation is just to replace like for like.
I'm very frustrated and disappointed. Thank you.
Councillor Scacchi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My questions were to Mr. Tiber were along the same lines. So I guess I'll just follow up with a couple of quick questions of my own instead of going through the same question process again. You had indicated that the life cycle of the pavement being redone would be 10 to 15 years. What would it be under extremely wet and conditions and experiencing a lot of water overflow?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the adjacent I guess impacts of the water levels on the road is very hard to determine what the what that will mean to the overall life expectancy. We don't really have a kind of a baseline road or a degradation curve set for this type of road with that kind of activity. We will continue to monitor it, and of course the preventative maintenance strategies to maintain the road and make sure that we are preserving the road as best as we can is ultimately the strategy. I don't really have an answer for what the impact will be from a life expectancy with the water levels. Possibly each year, kind of based on the water levels and the impact of the water, there could be about a 5 to 10% reduction in the life. But that's just based on standards that we've seen adjacent to waterways.
And given where it's currently on now, the capital projects, me still being, I know that we're 3/4 of our way through the term, but still being a relatively new councillor, would you predict that where it's on in the capital list would be 5 years away, 7 years away, 8 years away, if we're going at the same kind of, without any motions, or if we're going at the same kind of pace that we are in regards to kind of taking off, the same amount of capital projects each year?
So right now the project is ranked number 50 out of 53 projects total on the capital plan. So it is quite a ways down there, but again, subject to council's prioritization every year and for consideration every year. It based on current funding to support the capital plan and going against all the other high priority projects right now in the capital plan. This project is potentially not anticipated. The road upgrade portion of the project is not anticipated at least for the next 10 years minimum.
Okay, and then the last question I'll have for you, Mr. Tiber, is we're aware continuously of the engineering team and the infrastructure team, with all these assessments that are going out on a regular basis in regards to the EAs and that. The community has waited very patiently in regards to, the different shoreline studies as well. So I guess from a municipal standpoint, when can we start to, even in that area there, if we're not talking permanent solutions, when can we start to at least protect the area from an engineering perspective? It's not going to be permanent. When can we start at least putting temporary solutions in place to protect the infrastructure that we have? Because I can assure you, in 10 to 15 years, that boat dock, the current dock that we have there will be compromised, and I can guarantee that 100%. So I'm just concerned that that area is so valuable to our whole community. It's so valuable to Southend. When can we start at least looking at some temporary mitigation efforts to protect that road so we don't see total degradation?
So Shrewsbury, essentially, okay, so council approved approximately 25,000 basically towards this study for Shrewsbury, a detailed kind of erosion protection study for Shrewsbury back in, as I understand it, back in 2016. And ultimately, I don't believe the community acted on it. I know that was prior to my time. The shoreline study even captured kind of Shrewsbury and some needs there for Shrewsbury as well. And we just want to make sure that we're consistent with the findings in the shoreline study for going forward with strategies for that. So right now, the EA for Talbot Trail, for example, does not extend out to Shrewsbury, nor does the one for Rose Beach Line that's concluding. So it would be going forward with another detailed study that would have to happen specific to Shrewsbury that then factors in and incorporates the shoreline study before we have any plan going forward about how to address the erosion concerns out there.
And I do think that, I could be wrong, I think that 25,000, was that not permitted for drainage, not shoreline mitigation?
I would have to confirm that. Again, being before my time, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can comment. It's Thomas Kelly, GM of IES. And that is correct. It was before we head down a path of deep investment, is that we need that detailed study, and that was going to be a complete overall assessment of drainage in the area. And council, to their credit, put toward, which was unprecedented, by the way. Normally those are driven by the Drainage Act and funded with a petition by the residents. Council put $25,000 toward that, and unfortunately the community did not move that petition forward. So that is the requirement. Otherwise we can only band-aid the situation. what is needed is a very full, comprehensive engineering analysis and recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I don't think I'm going to get where I'm going, so I do appreciate the floor, though. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. And motion passes. Moving on to 11G, RFP Award R20-346, Nurse Call System Replacement, Riverview Gardens.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Crew, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved. Second.
Councillor Latimer, the floor is yours.
Thank you, through the mayor. I wondered if I could ask a couple of questions. Is Mr. Walker or Dr. Riedijk on tonight?
I'm available. This is Rick Walker.
Thanks, Rick. I just wondered if you could tell me what the expected lifespan of a new nurse call system is, and will it be capable of accommodating advanced technological adaptations that support the functional independence component of our senior dementia-related care?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff. The expected life of this is probably 15 to 20 years. I would say for the advanced technology component of this system, it will be ongoing through software updates. And how it relates to dementia care, they have packages that use lighting in the rooms that cue the resident to go to the bathroom or go back to bed. And they keep advancing those components. So we, through this system, there's a lot of new things coming out. RTLS has been just come out in the last 5 years, so it's a pretty new technology. And this system has it built in.
So Rick, can you tell us more about the real-time locating system option for use, especially with a dementia population? Would this enable our residents with dementia to independently and safely access facility areas beyond their respective floors? Am I picturing this correctly?
I don't know if that would be what we're trying to attain. We are on the floor itself. We will be able to monitor where they are at if they're in somebody else's room where they're not supposed to be. We can track them anywhere. Right now we have wander guards that they can't even get on the elevator because of course they're exit seeking. I would say this for the dementia part of it is just that we have the ability to figure out where they are at any time, the exact location, which a lot of times you'd have to send staff around to find them. So.
Well, it's interesting, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the additional cost and what's the budget plan to acquire this option? Because I think you're correct. It would save staff time and actually significantly improve the overall safety of our residents on the floors.
Yes, it would. To initiate that option, we're looking at around $80,000 initially. To acquire this, it would have to come out of reserves, but we have been monitoring the province because, as you know, they're trying to, they made a commitment to improve long-term care, and we're looking at any option for grants that we can that come by our way.
Thanks very much for elaborating on that. I was very interested, and I certainly do agree that the current system has to be replaced. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
One more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to 11H, Municipal Modernization Program Grant Application, RFP R21-213 Award.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Solomon, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
Councillor Finn, can I get you to second then, please?
Happy to second.
Okay. Councillor Latimer?
Just one quick question for Mr. Quinton. Gord, what's the ETA on the approval or the decline of the application for the funding?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. We were hoping that we'd have some great news to share with council tonight, but it's still not here yet. The ETA is still about 2 to 4 weeks out before we'll receive confirmation from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thanks, Gord. Either way.
So how we have designed the report tonight is with recommendations is for council to give the recommendations is for council to approve the efficiency study no matter what, whether we receive that grant or not, and for us to proceed right away. And then with funding from our strategic reserve, and if the funding does come through, it would replenish the funds back into the strategic reserve.
Agreed. Thanks, Mr. Quinton.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 12, Community Development.
12B, motion of Councillor Hall regarding woodlot preservation.
Councillor Hall and Councillor B. McGregor, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Certainly, Mayor Kenneth. Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Hall, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank each and every member of our community who provided a deputation this evening, and definitely everybody that took the time to share their views with council ahead of time as well. The passion that resonated from all of the comments was evident, and I believe this enthusiasm will be an absolutely key element as we move forward. I'd like to unpack my motion a little bit here tonight that I provided notice for last week, and then just go through some of the different pieces of it. You'll notice at the beginning of my motion, I think, I'll have to admit they're not my words individually, but really essentially they're our words collectively as a council and as the municipality of Chatham-Kent. Growth and community wellness and community engagement are three of the priorities for this term of council, the fourth being environmental sustainability. The latter being the most direct and relevant to what is before us this evening, especially when talking about implementing strategies to help everyone become stewards in the community. Our CK Plan 2035 mentions developing innovative approaches to the protection and preservation of our natural resources, and our vision statement overall for the municipality states specifically having respect for the role of agriculture, our environment, and natural resources. To me, this sentence in our vision statement really speaks to the topic tonight, and it doesn't surprise me about the passion as well, as I mentioned earlier, that we've heard leading up to tonight as well. Looking at the temporary bylaw element to this motion, while I wasn't personally on council back in 2013, I understand and I heard very clearly from some of my colleagues that still serve the community on council today that it was a very highly debated topic back then. I'm confident that this new approach is a responsible way to start the conversation once again, and the approach reflects what we learned from the 2013 discussions. This approach will allow our staff to gather the feedback and data, especially while looking at the new incentive program. I like the idea of having our staff taking a dive into it and doing an analysis of the best practices across Ontario. Combined with the feedback from the public, this will provide council with some new options and allow a Chatham-Kent stamp to be placed on it. I'm hoping everyone with an interest has the opportunity to express their views and ideas openly. The public consultation piece is an important element. The incentive program is fresh and it's new and will certainly provide some benefits that really have yet to be explored. So thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd also appreciate the opportunity to ask some questions, possibly for clarification, and make some closing comments after the rest of council has had the chance to make their comments and ask their questions. Thank you.
Certainly. Okay, next, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you through the mayor. I don't think there's anyone around this horseshoe tonight that doesn't want to pursue a green path forward. I'm in full agreement with the premise of Councillor Hall's notice of motion, like many of the individuals who've been reaching out to us daily and tonight. My concern is for those who have reached out, who are reflective of the silent majority out there, who are dismayed to see these important environmental initiatives bound to a resurrected 2013 tree cutting bylaw, which many feel both negatively impacts landowners' rights, property ownership, and agriculture. Erecting another hoop or bylaw for property owners to have to jump through before they can manage the drainage or land encroachment issues appears to be in response to the 2% of the industry who are not demonstrating best practice farm or land management. Agriculture is the #1 industry and economic driver here in Chatham-Kent. We have the most arable land in all of North America, part and parcel due to the fact we have 20% of the municipal drains in Ontario, which enables our municipal farming and processing industries to make Chatham-Kent the #1 GDP contributor per capita in our country. A constituent called to remind me that we cannot be everything to everybody. Ontario has 66% forest cover, the majority of it north of Highway 7. We are what we are, a rural, intensively agriculturally based municipality with a lot of drains and low forest cover because we grow for not only our own community, but we feed and grow the world, literally. Our rural property owners have paid for and sustainably cared for their land, some for generations. These landowners are planting tall grasses, utilizing buffer strips, windrows, cover crops, and other sustainable soil management initiatives to limit runoff and decrease erosion, all the while facing relentless and ever-increasing obligatory provincial, federal, and industry-based legislation to abide by. An example would be an affidavit that the EU, and consequently the local agris co-op, demands a farmer sign before he can sell his corn, stating that the crop he wants to sell does not come from cleared land. It's pretty simple. If farmers want to stay in business and sell the crops, the crickets alone will increasingly demand and ensure that our farm product is produced and processed sustainably with a limited carbon footprint. For this reason, I've requested that Councillor Hall's motion be separated out, enabling me to support the adoption of effective stewardship initiatives going forward without further imposing on the integrity and property rights of our rural residents. And I did send that ahead, and I think Judy has that to put up on the screen.
Okay, we'll put that up now. We have a very long list of speakers, so we've got probably 12 people on the speaker list, so I just letting everybody know. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I just wanted to actually compliment Councillor Hall for bringing this forward and putting the work and the diligence into bringing this up and bringing it back forward. I don't see tonight's motion as it being all in a finale of where we're going with this. I see this as a great opportunity to discuss an issue that's been ongoing within council and not dealt with properly since 2003. And I think it's time that this conversation come back. And yes, I thank all of the people that reached out in the last week to send their thoughts and their comments. both for and against this motion, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate hearing from them. So what I really wanted to do was thank Councillor Hall for the amount of work he's put into this, and to educate himself on an issue that happened long before he was a councillor, or not, that started with this, the bylaw, and the issue of the thought of clear cutting and different things. So I definitely support moving forward at this point, and I don't know where I will go with it in the future, but I do know that I look forward to some reports coming back, and I do like the bylaw going in place just to allow us the time to actually have that conversation with the community without everybody being in fear of what the outcome may be and running off to do different things. So again, thank you, Councillor Hall, and thank you for the staff that might have helped him. And thank you, staff, for providing us with the old bylaw for us to help educate ourselves tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, through your worship. So I guess my first question is going to go to potentially maybe Mr. McAllister. At the end of this motion, it speaks to, this is a temporary bylaw, in that, essentially within 90 days of this motion, you're going to come up with recommendations as well as consultation. How do we know as a council right now, if we approve this temporary bylaw, that in fact is going to be the case? That you're going to be able to come back to with solidified reasonings or a movement forward, making sure that the ag communities had an ample opportunity to speak with staff, because obviously right now this is probably one of their busiest times a year, with the exception of harvesting.
So, thank you, Your Worship. Bruce McAllister, General Manager of Community Development. I think at this point, if this gets passed tonight, obviously we need the opportunity to take this back and look at the proposed options for what council's asking here. I guess I can tell the community at this point, we were proposing to come forward in May with a revised work plan for the overall climate change action plan. Obviously, you can't have that discussion without having a conversation about natural cover, regardless of the motion, right? But the other piece on that, there's a couple other reports. So we may need to take another look at that report and come back to council at the end of the last meeting of May to provide a further update on the proposed go forward based on this motion if it's approved.
So I guess my follow-up question then might be to Mr. Taylor then. So Mr. Taylor, I'm struggling with this for one, just for the timing perspective of having a week to decide. And I do feel that, as a councillor that represents in the agriculture community as well as urban settings, I kind of feel like I'm kind of backed into a corner here with the timing of it. So my next question to you is going to go to what's going to happen right now if this is passed tonight to existing landowners that are looking at maybe doing some improvements to their drain, or they have some work scheduled, or essentially they're squaring off their field because of the farm equipment obviously is a lot larger now. So what's going to happen to these people that might have had work plans already, and now we're going to be receiving kind of a temporary bylaw on a week's notice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. This is David Taylor, Director of Legal Services for the municipality. So the first thing to comment to your question there, Councillor, is that if this bylaw is passed tonight by council, it becomes effective, and so it does then bind all property owners to follow the terms of the bylaw. But maybe to the questions you're asking there on, say, squaring off a field or some drainage work, this bylaw doesn't prohibit all tree cutting whatsoever. It's speaking to clear cutting, and that's defined under the bylaw as being 0.1 hectares, or about a quarter of an acre. So some of those things, taking a tree in here or there as it starts to come into a field, or even maybe removing a few trees for a drainage project, wouldn't get captured by this bylaw. It's not a you can't cut any trees whatsoever. It's intended to capture clear cutting. So we need to do a fact-by-fact analysis, or the property owner would have to do a case-by-case analysis for their own property and whether it gets captured in their own plans. But some of that may well still be permitted for them to do those kind of smaller projects.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And this question could be either answered by yourself or Mr. McAllister. Obviously, right now, we're not just, this isn't just going to affect the agriculture community. It's also going to affect maybe, us as a municipality, as well as developments. Can you speak to council as well as to the public in regards to, is there any developments that are now going to be potentially at risk that have been planned that maybe this could impact? I know that there is a woodlot in the Bloomfield Park area. So can you just kind of speak to those points, either yourself, Mr. McAllister, or Mr. Taylor?
Sure, Dave. Sorry, I can speak to that first. So in terms of planned development, there is an exemption in the bylaw as well with regard to if there happens to be a woodlot in a proposed plan of subdivision, for instance. Generally speaking, our planning policies require that woodlot be evaluated regardless, and then you usually enter into development agreement depending on the outcome of that evaluation. There really are no planned developments, I can tell you right now, where we have an active environmental impact study or woodlot in play. The Bloomfield Business Park woodlot specifically, it has actually been designated and zoned as open space for years, and we don't have any current plans to develop that.
Thank you. And my next question goes to Mr. Taylor as well. So, Mr. Taylor, I've spoke to some members of the agriculture community that have purchased land many years ago in regards to investments because of the type of wood that they've purchased, with the sole goal to eventually harvest that for for generations to come, in regards to like chestnut trees, walnut trees. So essentially, with this bylaw that's in place, that is then going to limit them basically forever taking their wood out of that specific lot unless it's being harvested for nuts currently. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. A little tough to give just general answers to what could be case-by-case analysis that may allow for some level of cutting. So you mentioned some nut orchard, and there is an exemption for a cultivated nut orchard. So a planting of trees that's actually intended to be harvested regularly for the purpose of nuts, almost like an agricultural type use, as a similar exemption that applies for fruit trees as well. So once it kind of has that character, there is some ability to remove the trees that are a cultivated nut orchard because that might be part of the overall cultivation process, in the same way that removing, say, a peach tree might be necessary, or a group of peach trees as part of that kind of orchard planning or work. But that is probably a narrow exemption, and not really what you're talking about in your scenario. As I understand it, is somebody who was planning to cut the trees down in the future for the purpose of harvesting the timber, and now would be restricted. And I can confirm they would be restricted in most scenarios from doing that, because this is just broadly capturing all woodlands and woodlots to prevent further deforestation. But I will also mention there's a process under the bylaw, the draft that council has, for the ability to apply back to council for limited cutting under a permitting process if the person can demonstrate that there is cutting in accordance with good forestry practices. So that also may provide some relief for a property owner to take a limited amount of trees, harvest them, and then in that way by first demonstrating that there's a good plan for it, a mitigation plan, that it's part of includes replanting and these types of things that go to good forestry practices under the Forestry Act. there is that ability for property owners as well. So there might be some forms of relief, Councillor, but I guess from a broad strokes perspective, somebody who bought a woodlot with that plan of really cutting it down in the future would now be restricted if this bylaw was passed.
Last question for you, Mr. McAllister, before I just make my final comment. In regards to the engagement portion, how assured can we be that as council that when we're talking about the permanent solution moving forward, how assured can we be that the farming and the agricultural community are going to be solely communicated to in regards to coming up with the permanent solution to what we're discussing today?
Yep, certainly we want to thank you, Your Worships, first. Yep, certainly we want to involve all stakeholders in the conversation here. And again, I think we need to take this away and come back with a proposed consultation approach that works for everybody. There's certainly different options out there now in terms of consultation techniques that we have to also consider given the COVID circumstances here as well.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. My last comment is just that, I'm struggling with my decision personally on this one, because given the gravity of the situation and being a very diverse community in regards to agriculture, I've probably received about 4 or 5, phone calls, against this, where, you would think that this would be something that there would be a lot more communication. I think the timing of the motion being, this is one of the more busiest times of the year for the farmers is probably a challenging recourse at best. I just feel that if they are going to be separated, as Councillor Latimer stated, my fear is now that I've been kind of backed into a corner to support this, because if we support them all, my concern, but the bylaw portion, now my concern is the writing's on the wall and there's no protection in place. So I kind of wish this would have came forward after we had the aerial view data to see how the municipality was functioning and how we were doing in regards to our progress. But that's kind of kind of fly to the wayside now. So I look forward to hearing everybody else's comments, and thank you so much for the time on the floor, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Finn, and then the clerk would like to make a comment as well.
Thank you, Worship. I too have struggled with this. I come from a family who has planted trees for as long as I remember, including Clearville Park when it first became a park. Is there not a provincial laws which would supersede any bylaws? I recall every time we have a development, they're talking about endangered species that Lower Thames will say yes or no as to whether development can occur. There's a Migratory Bird Act. And most of these I know with the endangered species, and that there's not very many days that are free where something isn't going on with birds or animals. Does that not cover us from March until September with regards to any birds?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's David Taylor, Director of Legal Services. So certainly there will be times when there's some level of provincial protection, say, for example, as you referenced, Councillor, the species at risk legislation, but that doesn't provide coverage for all woodlots. It only would apply in a situation in which there actually is an endangered species or habitat or those types of things, or on the migratory birds legislation at the federal level, if it actually is a protected kind of sanctuary area for migratory birds. So that doesn't cast nearly as wide a net. There might be a situation in which a woodlot or a forest is protected under both provincial legislation and this bylaw if it was passed, but there certainly would also be, if this bylaw wasn't passed, there will be a lot of woodlots that wouldn't fall under those existing provincial or federal protections, because they don't cover all woodlots, only those maybe with some species or with actual falling under the category of sanctuary under the migratory birds legislation. The province decided in how they were going to approach the matter of forest protection to delegate that power, to give that power to municipalities for council to then decide and then put the section of the Municipal Act that council would be using if they wanted to pass this bylaw for that purpose. So to your point, no, it is not already covered or superseded by provincial legislation.
Okay. How many woodlots since the original in 2013? How many woodlots were fully cleared? Do you know?
Bruce, do you have that data?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. I don't have that data right in front of me. I think this is, part of the aspect that we're, currently working on with the Conservation Authority to do what we call a change cover analysis once the mapping is complete.
Okay. I got asked this today. How many acres were cleared in the dike area for development? Which was a fully treed area which many people used to walk through, and it was inside the city.
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm not sure I'm following that question. Could you help me out?
In behind the Union Hall, Riverview area, the new housing development, which was cleared of, I would say, hundreds of trees. I don't know the exact acreage, but it was just recently approved by council for development.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for clarification. So that's what we refer to as the sugar beet sub.
Yeah.
So that was actually a condition of the approval of the subdivision, where the developer did undertake a review of endangered species and did the environmental work to get clearance on that before any trees were removed.
Okay. Do we know how many acres?
I'd have to get back to council on that, the actual size of it. It wasn't overly great size, that's for sure, if you're talking acreage.
And my child asked me this one today. If tree coverage is important, why are developers paying the municipality money in lieu of planting trees or having park area where trees could be planted or enjoyed? The money that's collected from there, what does that money go to?
So thank you, Your Worship. So there's a couple pieces to this. We do collect cash in lieu of parkland for some new subdivisions where it's been identified that the actual parkland is not required. So that goes into our parkland reserve and can be used to capital expenditures in future parks. So in a subdivision, we will sometimes get the land if we deem it necessary. There could be in a new subdivisions already parkland, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to invest in an additional park. So we'll take the funds, and it's a cash equivalent, and that gets put into the parkland reserve that can be used at other parklands to buy new equipment to put in facilities into the parks. Now, just as part of the new development standards in 2019, there was a change in terms of tree policies where we now collect a fee. I think it's $350 per lot that is again collected and put into a reserve where the municipality will then go in at a future date once the development is complete and strategically plant street trees along these new subdivisions. We haven't seen a lot of that yet because frankly most of those subdivisions are still being built out, but we'll monitor those, work with our IES Department of Public Works to determine the appropriate time to plant those street trees.
Would that, I was just going to say that also apply to the in lieu of planting a tree, I would take it. I had one other and I can't seem to find it. I guess that's it, unless I remember the other question. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the clerk and then over to Councillor Wright.
Okay, Council, I just wanted to explain the breakout of the motions that Councillor Latimer had requested. So just in order to keep all of the motion on the screen so that all of the public and yourself can see that through the conversations, we've left that up there. But at the time when we go to vote, it has been requested that motion 1 will be the first motion. The second motion will be item 2A, B, and C. The third motion will be D. The fourth motion will be E. And the last motion will be F. So it'll be 1 and then 2A, B, and C. And then the remaining 3 will be voted on separately. Also to note, what was Councillor Hall's D has been broken into D and E now. So the heritage policy is 1 vote and the bylaw is the 2nd vote under D and E. So I have emailed you that just for clarification also, but I wanted to say it publicly. Thank you.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. As a current woodlot wetland owner of 50 acres in the former Orford Township, which I'm doing woodlot restoration on, I have a few issues with the motions tonight. On the board of directors of Lower Thames Conservation, there is an aerial study coming out this fall to show whether we're gaining or losing green space. I feel this motion should be held off until we have these figures to present to the public. Farmers are covering the bills to purchase the land, to pay all applied taxes, and do clean up maintenance around the bushes with very little payback. They only receive any funds when they are able to log, which is approximately every 10 to 20 years in between. That's a long time between paychecks, especially after paying land prices today. This bylaw could hurt prices of sales of farms if the farmer does not have free will to do with their land as developers and urban landowners do. For a good example, right here off the bat is Chatham-Kent. We're not good stewards of the land, where we are cutting the trees along the roadways and do not replant in these places. Chatham-Kent should set example first for others to follow. When asked why they do not plant along the roadways, I was told that they do not want to do the maintenance in later years. Tree cutting is allowed in our cities and towns without any regulations. Why should a rural community be any different? I have personally been in the Yard Depot in Ridgetown and seen vast varieties of trees, oak, tulip, sycamore, hard maples, etc., being disposed of with no one being accountable for their actions. We need a balance. We are in the most productive farmland in Ontario. Trees as well as farmlands are removed when places need to be developed, and there is no issues using this land. We like to see the development moving forward, but this is taking away from our farmland. The only way to make farmland is by cleaning it. More education on tree planting is needed to be put into the problem. Councillor Sukachis had a presentation for the Million Trees to our community, which is a great start, but it is not enough. We still need more. These bylaws need to be across the board, not just on half-acre plus lots, not just addressing woodlots. It needs to be rural and urban areas combined, and good enough for residents in towns and cities to cut down trees. Why not for farmers? This needs to be equally addressed. To make this kind of proposal, we should have all the facts and figures in place to back up our decision and equal rights for our ratepayers. I thoroughly enjoy spending time in my woodlot, but the trees at my place of residence in town are just as important to me as the trees in the country. And I feel we need to have equal rights and our facts and figures to back up everything. With that being said, I feel that I cannot support this motion without having all this information. This seems to be one-sided towards the woodlot owners. Maybe staff or Councillor Hall could speak at the end of it for where we are on our acres of trees covered. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mayor Canada. So as I was thinking about this and worked through the motion all this week, I'm going to do an analogy right now, and please forgive me if I'm out of turn on some of my terms, because I am not in any way an actor. But I think of this as a play, and our play is our climate concerns. And then within our plays, you know, we have our scenes, and then we have our acts. And this act is our tree coverage. And within an act, we have all our actors. And every actor contributes to that act, that issue, tree coverage. And as Councillor Wright has just said, I don't understand with this bylaw as it sits right now, we are only targeting one actor. Through the bylaw and the exception, you know, others are exempted. For example, Councillor Sakachi sat there and said, you know, in the suburb area, we cut down, or I'm sorry, Councillor Finn, sorry, said, in the Sugarby area, we cut down some trees. And the response was, well, it wasn't that much in acreage. But what we're talking here is a 1/4 acre. Was it a 1/4 acre that was cut down in that subdivision? Can someone ask? Can someone say that? And that was recently. So I have a hard time accepting something that is only focusing on one actor and not all actors, even though this is temporary. But it's happening with the other actors now. Can someone comment on that? How much was actually removed from the Sugarby subdivision there?
Thank you, Your Worship. As I mentioned previously, we'll have to look that up to see exactly how much was get back. So
yeah, I think all actors need to be, even as a temporary, need to be looked at and not just one. Councillor Finn has asked me, she does have one more question, and I'm going to say that. And it says the thinning of woodlots, but I think within the bylaw, it says you are allowed to thin woodlots. Who's going to enforce this? Do you have anyone knowledgeable about this process, or will you have to hire somebody? Does anyone have that answer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. I will take a stab at answering that, although Bruce McAllister may add as well, as the bylaw enforcement team does fall under his purview. So when this came in 2013, we had a similar discussion at that time. And because the bylaw was drafted as really just a temporary pause to give kind of that space to have a discussion about the issues, staff didn't recommend at that time, and certainly don't have any sort of recommendation for council at this time to hire any new staff or put any sort of process to that. So it really would fall to our existing bylaw enforcement officers to respond to concerns or go out and do any enforcement mechanisms. Looking if there were a longer term bylaw in the future, obviously that would have to be tackled, but for this short term pause on cutting that this bylaw would accomplish through Councillor Hall's motion, it would be existing staff would be used to do enforcement.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say that I do agree that we do need to have a serious conversation about climate change and our policies within our municipality on every level, because this will affect every level. It's the breadth, the depth and the breadth of it is large, and it's entangled probably within the municipality immensely. So I do believe we do have to have this discussion, but I do not agree with singling out one single group, even as a pause. This needs to be looked at fairly and across all boards. And we do need to have that tree coverage report. Here's just one more question. Do you think it's really realistic? I think last September in our report, it was July 2021 that we were hoping to get this tree coverage report. Do we still think that's on target, that date?
Thank you, Your Worship. So one of the reports we had coming in May was an update on the recommendations from that September 21st, 2020 tree report. And we would provide a further update on that piece. I can tell you right now, unfortunately, July is not achievable, and it's predominantly COVID related reasons. There's been delays. So we're relying on aerial photography that was flown about this time last year. It was somewhat delayed by a couple months, and even the final end product of once they fly it, it takes several months to quality control it and then actually make it available for production and analysis. So in fairness to the Conservation Authority who's going to undertake that work, I'm not even sure they actually have the data yet, but they're expecting it soon, with the goal of doing the work over the next few months and having it ready by realistically October, I think is what we were targeting. But that was going to be outlined in an update report at the end of May.
Okay, well, I very much look forward to seeing the data and the report and the true data in this whole thing, so I can make an educated guess or vote on this whole situation. So with that, I thank you very much.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question to Bruce, I guess, to start with. In the report to Council on September the 8th, the report to Council by Gabriel Clark, and we go down to the results from the previous planning and environmental stewardship efforts. It indicates that we've planted 493,200 trees on 800 acres. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking at that report as well. So yeah, what was reported on back last fall would have been accurate. Again, the other piece of the update report was to provide some updated stats on some of the programming and stewardship that's happened to date in the upcoming May report.
Yeah, I guess I was one of the councillors that was on council at the time when the bylaw came up before, and it was sort of a dicey time, to say the least. At least this time, it seems to be a little more civilized than it was back then. And maybe due to virtual meetings, maybe that has something to do with that. But I'm looking at the heritage strategy that was developed in 2014 and the accomplishments that's been made since then. The planting of 493,000 plus trees, plus creating 428 acres of tall grass prairie and creating 216 acres of wetlands. My point is, I guess I would like to see the aerial report as to what accomplishments has been made since that time, and compare to what the situation was back in 2014. I think, in my opinion, we've come a long way in doing the restorations and fulfilling, a commitment that we'd made back then. So I support the motions that Councillor Hall has implemented, except for the temporary bylaws. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I actually just have a couple of brief comments to make around the decision making that is in front of us tonight. I really think it's important to emphasize that the decision we have in front of us is not about permanent solutions or regulations or incentive programs. And while the comments are important around information about the current state of tree coverage in Chatham-Kent, I think that actually is a conversation we should save for a much later time. Because what this motion is doing is it's allowing us as council to ask these really important questions about tree coverage and how as a council we want to incentivize or have conversations about the issue or make policy to regulate the issue as a larger community. And that would include, as some of my colleagues have brought up, subjects like urban tree coverage, if we find that that's important to the community members as well, which I think we will. And I think what's key about this motion is, number one, in offering that protected space for us to complete necessary engagement on all of these issues. You know, while it may be concerning to some, I think it is one of those short-term pain for long-term gain concepts, because it gives us until October of 2021 to see the data, to have more meaningful conversations, and then again to engage with the public, which I think is the most important part of this motion. As the co-chair of CK 2035, I can attest that our committee has spoken at great length about the importance of engagement and best practices for engagement. And I know that Bruce and his team have heard some of that feedback through our CAO. And I also think that there's an opportunity for us on council to engage and encourage participation in the discussions in a very meaningful and leaderful way. There were also some deputations that expressed concern for fear of conflict and divisiveness. And I hear some of those comments from council as well. And certainly there is that merit for that based on what took place, you know, close to a decade ago in the conversations that took place in Chatham-Kent. But personally, and I would urge my colleagues to think about this, supporting all parts of this motion allows us to bring people to the table in a safe environment and recognize the ability for us to enable that conversation to happen safely without farmers feeling like they have to quickly make decisions about the state of their current tree coverage areas, without community members feeling like they need to advocate for tree coverage of areas, but it allows us to safely, for a number of months, have a more meaningful conversation. And it certainly may become difficult at times, but I think as leaders in our community, that's a conversation that we're called to have. So I do want to applaud Councillor Hall for his leadership in bringing this forward tonight, and really urge my fellow councillor colleagues to think about this not as a decision or where you stand in the tree coverage debate, but to think about it as an opportunity for us to have the conversation in a way that best benefits our community for the short and long term. Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Pinsonneau, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Farmers are good stewards of the land. They have been for years. They plant more trees probably than anybody, including anybody that's developing a subdivision, any of that thing. And before you can limit a property owner to what they can do with their own land, you need to have an incentive in place. And not just a tax break that's there now. You need an actual monetary incentive. In my opinion, there should have been consultation with the landowners long before a motion of this magnitude came forward. Right now, they're in the fields. They're busy trying to make a living, getting their crops in the ground, getting the crops ready to plant. And it's a difficult time for them. This is a segue into a permanent bylaw, which will seriously reduce the value of their property. And in Chatham-Kent, agriculture is the biggest industry now. The automotive industry is down to a small fraction of what it was. The manufacturing industry is down, and we seem to keep beating on the agricultural community. Farmland in Southwest Ontario is the best growing land in probably all of Ontario. And, you know, we grow for the world. I believe if this goes through, this bylaw will be a nightmare to police, and not to mention it's going to be costly for CK as well. I want to follow up on Councillor Sakachi's questions there. I was contacted by a couple of farmers who want to keep their bush, and they already have contracts in place to log it. So obviously, listening to what Legal said earlier, they can't do that now. Is there any recourse that they're going to have on the municipality if the contracts are broken?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. There is a fair bit of legal detail that I need to really assess that, but generally speaking, I would say our position is no. There would not be any recourse. The government of the province has given council the ability through legislation to pass this bylaw, and you know, there's a lot of times that council in using its powers under the Municipal Act or other acts to pass bylaws is going to have a negative impact on someone's economic situation, in the same way that the province or the federal government might change legislation that has a negative economic impact. And so the law of Ontario recognizes that councils making good faith decisions for public policy issues can't be held liable for all the financial repercussions of that. So general answer is no, that there would not be ability for a landowner to bring recourse against the municipality for financial damages.
Well, thank you for that answer. It's unfortunate that we have that kind of effect on somebody's business. I won't be supporting number one. The rest of them, I think we probably do need to take a look at, but I definitely cannot support number one. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor OJ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess my first question is I'm trying to scratch questions out and comments that have already been made in the interest of time. Is the municipality beholden to this bylaw?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor. Maybe you could just explain to me a little bit more what you mean by beholden. Are you meaning, is this the only bylaw that council?
No, I mean, do we have to follow this bylaw?
Oh, no, there is an exemption for the activities of the municipality or other local board of the municipality from the bylaw, and that comes straight out of the provincial legislation. The Municipal Act, Section 135, provides that all those bylaws are subject to that exemption.
I see. So that kind of takes me to one of the comments I did want to reiterate, because I heard a couple of other councillors make it, and I agree. One of the things I heard from a lot of individuals actually on both sides of this issue was that we are, as a municipality, one of those bad actors that will go into a drain or near a drain and pull out all the trees because drainage, even though all those trees didn't need to come out, and in fact help with erosion in those drains, as well as species at risk within those drain areas. Something else I heard from residents on both sides of the issue was the need to recognize, or rather the need to make this as easy as possible for all of those involved. There are programs to offset taxes. They're not as easy or all-encompassing as some may believe. I think if you've ever filled out a grant application, there's money available. Absolutely there is, but it's never quite as simple as one may make it sound. So as we do move forward, and I know we are going to move forward, we need to keep that in mind, that we need to make this as easy for everyone to partake in. I don't know if it was the chainsaws that beget the rumbling of the bylaw, or bylaw rumblings that begat the chainsaws, but where we got to last time, and where we're back this time, was as an ultimatum was placed before council to implement a temporary bylaw. Moratorium, I believe, was the term that was used last time, and that caused a lot of concern. If I was strictly an urban councillor, this is a slam dunk decision. If I was strictly a rural councillor, this is a slam dunk decision. But I struggle with this one because South-Kent represents the south side of Chatham, represents a large community in Blenheim, and also has a large agricultural base as well. Also a lot of orchardists out here too that have a very unique relationship with trees. Trees are charismatic. I know we're not really talking about riparian lands or wetlands here, or tall grass prairie. Not really. We talk about trees because everybody thinks trees are pretty, and that's I think does a disservice to the broader conversation in regards to what we need to do for our natural areas. I think we need to do a better job as a municipality. I think we do need to negotiate in good faith, and placing this sort of moratorium while we have the conversation, when we could have easily and should have had a conversation quietly behind the scenes where we could all come to the table, would have been, I think, far more beneficial and fruitful. One other thing I had heard from a number of farmers was that more than anything, they were concerned that they would view this, or some could view this as a cash grab by the municipality. I think you heard the KFA point out in their deputation about having to apply to a board, paying $1,000, and then paying $3,000 an acre to cut down trees in a nearby municipality. And that's not a tree bylaw, that's a cash grab. That's looking for some extra money. And Councillor Finn also pointed out a situation where the municipality at least could be perceived as not really caring so much about the natural environment, just caring about the money that we could potentially get from the natural environment. I think that paints us in no better a light than maybe some of those bad actors that do cut down a lot of those trees that has unfortunately pushed this bylaw to the forefront again at a bad time, as was pointed out. I think a bad time given the COVID issues that we face, the frayed nerves that COVID brings as well. I know that businesses are struggling across the board. I know that for agriculture, the prices are high, but they're also paying some high prices for inputs and equipment if they can even get it. But COVID has made things very difficult. It's hard to find a common ground these days. And we're going to have another conversation tonight, but it's hard for me to get behind the idea that a business owner would be told they couldn't use a certain section of their business simply because society deemed it that they couldn't. Maybe a hotel that couldn't use 25% of their rooms just because, or a factory owner that couldn't use some of their floor plan just because. So I think going forward, we need to be cognizant that these people make their livelihood on the land. We need to help the folks. I know through the LTVCA, we work very hard with the property owners that want to work with us, and I think we need to recognize that as well. So there's a lot of good stuff in this motion. There's some stuff I don't think I can support. I know this is a conversation that, again, is just starting. We need to make sure we start off on the right foot here. And by singling one segment out without recognizing that it's a segment, it's a situation that impacts all sectors, rural, residential, urban residential, municipality as well. I know we passed a motion to plant 1 million trees. And I'll be honest, it's pretty hard to get a tree planted on anywhere near a roadway or anywhere near a ditch or anywhere just about at all that influences public works. I've been told they don't like cutting around them when they cut grass, and that's why we can't plant some trees near roads, and that's frustrating to no end. So we've got to be better stewards of the land as a municipality, and I think we need to recognize that not only can we do better, we should do better, and we should show some leadership in this avenue, this subject across the board. I think those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm not going to be long. I just first I wanted to thank the farmers that did put in deputations, as you're actually the people that have the most skin in the game. Using a cliche, I know it's not a game, and to some it's a lot of money tied up in land that if we pass this, hopefully we can come up with a resolution that will work out for you as well. This is a very, very hard time to pass this with the farmers in the fields. I couldn't believe how many were out today working up the land and actually planting corn on my way home. But I do have a question. We did pass a bylaw, if I'm not mistaken, that in new homes or new subdivisions, every tree has to have it, or every yard has to have a tree planted in it. Did we not?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's through the development standards in 2019 that there's a requirement that the developer pays, and we will plant the trees to ensure that they're planted appropriately in the appropriate space in the actual right of way.
Okay,
for every
and
other
do we,
year.
oh, sorry, Bruce, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Yep. Sorry about that, Councillor. So that means for every lot we collect and we will plant a tree out in the right of way. Mhm.
Oh, in the right way.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then to you, Mr. McAllister, this report that we're waiting for that you're saying is going to be October, I'm assuming that's pictures of the entire Chatham-Kent, like urban and rural.
Yeah, so we'll do a change. It's what we call, the term is a change cover analysis, but we will look at the not just trees, but all natural cover and what changes of what we've seen over the past years, frankly, 2010, 2015, and 2020. Those are the years that the aerials were flown.
Okay. Okay. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor B. McGregor. And then the final comments by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions are to Mr. McAllister. He seems to have disappeared from the screen, and there he is again. When you do this tree count, if you will, or forest cover count, or tree cover count, this time will you be including all the urban trees, the trees along the water courses, trees in the provincial parks, all of which fall within, and anything else that falls within the municipal boundaries of Chatham-Kent?
Correct. It'll be a cover analysis of all natural cover, like I just explained previously. That it'll cover. So we're talking wetlands, we're talking woodlands, we're talking even tall grass prairie, any naturalized cover.
Yeah, well, in the past, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I recall asking this question probably a decade ago, and I was told that no, the urban tree cover doesn't get counted when we're determining this percentage of tree cover in Chatham-Kent. And I was also told that the provincial parks didn't get included.
Okay. Sorry, Your Worship. I think I misunderstood your question. You're talking in terms of actually what's included in the percentage cover of tree coverage. I believe you are correct that urban tree coverage is netted out, and so are provincial parks from a municipality's tree coverage in terms of that stat. But again, this was going to be part of the information we provide to council here in the future.
Okay, I for one, Your Worship, want the more exacting tree cover, which includes the provincial parks, the urban tree cover, all the water courses, the hedgerows, and I'm not sure whether a Wapool Island Reserve falls within Chatham-Kent. It doesn't for certain purposes, but it may for others. And I think I get so disappointed when I see these low percentages of tree cover, and then I look from plane and I realize that's not accurate, because you're not taking into account all the tree cover in the urban areas, nor Rondo Park, either one of the provincial parks. I'd like to be assured that that's going to be taken into account. Well, I guess I'm not getting assured anything.
Sorry.
My second question.
Yeah.
Can you assure me of that?
Let us get back to you the next time around. I can't assure you tonight what goes into that calculation, but in terms of what's actually reviewed in terms of the aerial photography, I'm sure we can provide that breakdown.
Yeah, it's
not sure
it's
how
just
it
that
will
one of the
compare to
arguments
the
that's
past.
always made is how low our tree cover is, but we don't take into account all the tree cover. The city of Chatham, for instance, from I believe it's the 1930s, this policy that you have now with placing trees on urban development lots, that was always a policy before. All the subdivisions that were developed from the 1950s on, post-war, all had a maple tree put on it. So there's quite an urban tree cover, at least in Chatham. And I think we're neglecting that. The second question I have is, Mr. McAllister, when you look at the motion that is before you, I'm a bit perplexed, and maybe the public is. I thought this was a motion that directed staff to come back with a report, taking into consideration various factors, and that it's not an acceptance of the February 11th, 2013 temporary bylaw, but that staff would be coming back with recommendations and perhaps recommending a bylaw that may have different wording than the 2013 bylaw. Is that what you take from this? Because you got, if it passes, I mean, you've got to have some marching orders. So tell me, is that what you understand this bylaw, this motion to do?
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand this motion that effective tomorrow, if approved, there will be a temporary bylaw that was presented to council, the February 11th one, that will be adjusted and revised based on 2E to reflect any, obviously date changes, etc. So going forward, this bylaw would be in place for 120 days, unless extended by council, right? And then the rest of the direction then is to the other stuff that council's requested under those recommendations.
And among that, you may come back with a different bylaw or no bylaw at all. Is that
potentially? I think, yeah. What I read into this is council, we're putting a temporary bylaw on for 4 months. Administration come back to us with options on incentives, options on approaches, best practice review, etc. Which include a bylaw, it may not, right?
Okay, and that's fine. That gives me comfort to hear that. My last question is with regard to 2A. All the rest seem to be allowing staff to come back with a report, doing an analysis, making some objective recommendations. 2A skips over that and seems to come to a conclusion and says you've got to create an incentive program. Is that, when you leave here, if that passes, is your position that you have to create an incentive program, or you bring back recommendations with options?
Thank you, Your Worship. In reading that again, it is pretty matter of fact. I think it would be part of the whole package on options, because depending on the option, it may change what the approach is to the incentive programs or what's out there currently, right?
Yeah. The word create gives me concern, other than that, because I want you to have the option to have a whole range that you can come back to us with, some of which may be accepted, some of which may not be accepted. But that word gives me, as long as you don't view it as you have marching orders to create a subsidy program, using other taxpayers, municipal taxpayers' dollars to do subsidies. If you don't think that that's what that tells you to do, tell me that now so I can support this or not support it.
So just for
so in this case, can I ask Councillor Hall to confirm what his thoughts were on this?
Yeah, absolutely. If I can clarify, the reason I put create in there is because there isn't anything right now. So that's what the direction was, to create it, and then obviously get looped into the overall, present to council with the summaries, findings, analysis, comments, feedback, a report with recommendations. I would think that would be looped into that. The reason I put create was because I don't believe there is one right now to go off of. So that's why the wording is that. Does that answer your question, Councillor Zolman?
Through your worship, the word create seems to come to a conclusion. If it was considered an incentive program, it doesn't handcuff the administrative staff in what they may bring back. But if Councillor Hall wants to change create to consider, then I won't have to ask that this be separated out.
Councillor Solomon is already separated out, but But yes, okay, so Councillor Hall, you
That'd be a
consider
friendly amendment. Yeah,
Councillor,
create to consider.
Change the
Councillor
word
B.
create to consider.
Councillor B. McGregor, do you consider that a friendly amendment?
I do.
Okay, so we'll
Thank
have
you
the
very much.
create to consider.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. McAllister and Councillor Hall.
Okay, can we have Councillor B. McGregor and then Councillor Crew would like to get in there, and then I'll have final comments from Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and I certainly appreciate the discussion tonight. And I think a good deal of the discussion, the questions, the concerns, the comments, I think can be captured through this process. And I think that's Councillor Hall's intention in the way that he's put forward this motion. And I think that that Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Solomon were quite right in their assessment that this is not a process where we're making decisions necessarily tonight. Really what this is giving quite a long runway for a process where we learn about what the options are, we get public feedback, and then we're able to make a decision that's well informed. And I think that this really learns from the mistakes of 2013. We know that without a temporary pause, with all of the uncertainty that unfolds, that can lead to some deforestation, some rash decisions, and I think that's the last thing we want to do. I think what we want to do is give everyone time to understand the issue, understand the potential solutions, and have a healthy debate and discussion. And I think it's important to understand the historical nature of the issue. You know, it's something that's been going on for decades. I grew up on a farm. I like to think I understand the value of stewardship in the farming community, and you know, Saturday mornings at Ungot the coffee shop or any indication, I think growing up, it was pretty apparent to me that there's a diverse and spirited opinion across the political spectrum in farming communities. And I think this is an opportunity to really take a look at that and take that feedback. And I think it's really important to note that we're back here talking about this because of a push from the community, and not from just a small group in the community. There's been lots of feedback over the previous few years, actually, and certainly in the recent months. And I think as council, that's our role and responsibility. However controversial a topic may be, whatever's decided at the end of this process, it's council's to own. And I think it's important that we give the public, the farming community, stakeholders in this, an opportunity to provide meaningful input in an open and transparent manner, and that's what this motion does. It really is a commitment that we explore this issue and don't just vote with emotion or vote based on public pressure. It's really about having that fulsome engagement. And I think that rather than put council in a position similar to what we saw historically, to make a permanent decision with really little notice, as Councillor Sakachi noted, that's difficult. This takes the pressure off. It allows us to learn from other communities, to gain perspective, and to make that decision in the right way. And I've heard, you know, a number of councillors tonight say that we need more information to make a decision, and that's exactly what we get if we pass all parts of this motion tonight. If members of council feel that any actors have been left out in this practice, that's something that Councillor Harrigan alludes to. It's part of this consultation, and can be part of what's implemented in a desirable outcome. And I would think it's important to point out that this is only one approach to increasing tree cover and naturalization. And we have done things in the past, in the recent past, to move in the right direction. And those things at times feel like they single one group out, but when we put those strategies together, we're moving in the right direction. We have development standards that will now see new developments require trees planted on new lots, and that's funded through the developers. We've now are giving property owners the ability to naturalize parts of their property, and that's not something they could do in the past. We have an urban street cover policy. We have a policy to replace damaged trees on municipal property. We have mechanisms to fund tree plantings and partnerships to increase planting, historical partnerships that are really exciting and are going to make a difference in our community. And as an issue, tree cover and natural heritage preservation and promotion, they need all of those solutions. They can't be dependent on just one. And each solution is a different step, and this is an important step. I know that Council Hall worked hard and did the due diligence required to make this motion reflect the need for community consultation. and for council to engage in an honest debate. It is not easy to bring these types of issues forward, no matter what community you represent, but it's the right thing to do, and I'm glad to see it before us. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crew, and then final words by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I don't have much to say, but I just thought it was fair that people knew my opinion on it, and I completely support Councillor Hall's motion. It's well thought out, and I agree with the pause on with the bylaw. You know, we set our priorities in the early term of council, and we agreed, all of us, that the environment was important to our community. And I didn't run for council to just represent myself and the people that don't care about certain things, but I ran for council to represent our future, our children, my grandkids, your grandkids, and people into the future. So I can't say anything better than people before me, but that's why I'm going to support all of those motions. And thank you, Councillor Hall, for bringing this forward.
Councillor Hall, final words.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth, and thank you to all of council for their comments and their questions tonight. I don't have any further questions to staff for clarification, but just a few closing comments, and I'll keep it brief. We've heard a lot of different opinions and views on this issue tonight and leading up to tonight. And one thing I know is for certain, that no matter what end of the spectrum a person lies on with this issue, as I said earlier tonight, everybody is very passionate about this. And I'd like to see us harness that passion and help bring it together. Instead of well, they're doing this and they're doing that, let's change that conversation so that we can say, well, we do this and we do that together and unified with a collective voice. As I said earlier tonight, I'm confident that this new approach is a responsible way to start the conversation once again. And I believe that this approach reflects what we learned from the 2013 discussions. So that being said, I strongly encourage council to vote yes to all of the different parts of this motion tonight. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we will put it to vote. Now, the first one is how we just talked about it was being broken out in a number of pieces. First one is what's on your screen right now is what we're voting on.
Okay, council, please vote on part 1. All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to number 2, A, B, and C. We'll give you a second to review those. Okay, we'll put it to vote. All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to the third, which is D part for the natural heritage policy. We ask you to vote. And all votes are in. And motion passes. E part, which is with regard to the bylaw. And we ask you to vote on that one. And all votes are in. And motion passes. And the final motion and we ask you to vote on that one. And all votes are in. And motion passes on that one.
Okay, we'll move to item 13, finance, budget, information technology, and transformation.
13B, tax sale write-offs, 42 Southend Crescent, Chatham.
Councillor Latimer and Councillor Finn, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved.
Seconded.
Councillor Latimer, any question?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask what the timeline was for getting this property in the affordable housing queue and people moved in.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. This is Ray Harper, Director of Housing Services. This project will be a priority and won't necessarily be in queue. This process will run simultaneous with our other affordable housing builds, both current and future. The other projects won't not have any effect on this project timeline at this point. This project will have a finished completion date of late 2022 based on our current timelines and information. I will make a point that we're still at the early stages, so there are some variables such as we do not have the proposals yet at this time that would provide greater and more specific details on project construction and timelines.
Thanks very much.
Okay, see no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. And motion passes.
Item 14, community human services.
14A, mitigating the human and social impacts of COVID-19. Mr. Mayor, we have a presentation by Teresa Bendo, Director of Public Health.
Okay, Teresa, over to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and members of Council. Tonight, I will speak briefly to our report. Okay, Meredith, next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Teresa, we're trying. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Okay, no worries.
There we go.
It's kind of blue. That's wonderful. Thank you. So in June of 2020, Council requested recommendations to mitigate the unintended human and social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The first report, an information report, was prepared in response to that request and went to Council in September of 2020. Overall, that report highlighted 10 themes organized into two main categories. The first being where there are identified increases or exacerbations of existing challenges in the community, and two areas where there are new concerns that have been identified. The report highlighted that all of us in Chatham-Kent have been impacted by COVID-19. However, the impacts have not been equal among all groups. COVID-19 has affected some groups of people more because of long-standing unfair differences in access to opportunities for health, i.e. health inequities. This really results in these groups being more likely to have poor health and social outcomes. The information report indicated a need for large system-wide changes to address barriers that lead to and make health differences worse. Things like policies, procedures, and practices that unfairly discriminate or do not allow some people to participate. Next slide, please. Many different factors influence a person's or a group's health and well-being. And we know that literature shows that 60% of a person's health is determined by factors outside their personal choices, those being social determinants of health. So continue to strengthen key determinants of health. The first recommendation in this report is broken down into 4 areas of action. And those areas of action really include tangible work that the municipality can take to move those recommendations forward. For example, work towards adequate income for all residents includes actions such as things like attracting investments that include well-paying jobs with good working conditions, supporting policy that makes participating in the workforce easy. For example, expansion of subsidized daycare programs or public transportation, and advocating for better government-funded income support programs. This report also encompasses a request to support the upcoming Chatham-Kent food strategy, to continue to grow more affordable housing options, and to expand harm reduction services in Chatham-Kent. Next slide, please. Addressing social inequities to ensure the inclusion of all residents is a good strategy at a time when budgets are constrained. Equity and inclusion practices create more sustainable cities where people of all walks of life have the right to and can participate fully in social, economic, political, and cultural life. Recommendation number 2, establish and implement a municipal diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, has 5 areas and specific actions are included for each area. For example, area 1, using equity as a central consideration for municipal planning, policy, and decision-making is actionable by the use of an equity inclusion tool. And area 5, creating and implementing a plan to ensure equity and inclusion across multiple municipal departments can be done by creating a municipal culture of equity and inclusion by things like establishing an equity network across the municipality to share work, knowledge, opportunities, and continuous quality improvement support, and intentionally planning and taking action towards addressing stigma, unconscious bias, and systemic racism, learning about Indigenous history, and working towards reconciliation, and providing trauma-informed service delivery across the municipality. Absolutely recognizing and acknowledging that this recommendation is large, we are recommending that Council dedicates human resources to operationalize this work. Next slide, please. The goal of the recommendations in this report is to ensure that there are clear actions the municipality of Chatham-Kent can take to 1, lessen the negative impacts of COVID-19 and the public health measures used to contain the spread of the virus. 2, enable Chatham-Kent to recover and become more resilient as a community. And 3, to acknowledge and really complement the work of the COVID-19 response and recovery strategy social planning tables hosted by the United Way of Chatham-Kent. And finally, to recognize and foster the work currently underway by the urban Indigenous community. So certainly, Chatham-Kent Public Health acknowledges this report as a starting point to initiate this work. Further consultation and engagement will be required in order to wholesomely develop the plan and plan the work that's really required to accomplish the recommendations in this report. So those are my short comments. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Kirkwood-White, can I get you to move to accept the presentation? And then I'll go to you for questions.
Yes, Mayor Caniff, I'm happy to move to accept the presentation and move the recommendations in the report as well.
Okay.
Pleased to second.
Okay. Councillor Harrigan, the floor is yours, and followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Great. Thank you so much, Teresa, and thank you to the team who worked so hard to provide such a detailed report to Council. I know as a community, there have been many ups and downs for us as we've navigated this long pandemic together. I certainly want to use this time to give kudos to our public health unit, who has done such an excellent job in helping our community and leading our community through this pandemic. I really appreciated the report and the references to the report, specifically some of the photos. I think there was a photo at the end, the appendix, around what makes Canadians sick. And only really 15% of that was your body, and the rest was all of these other factors that really individuals can't control necessarily, more than half of that being your life, and some of the childhood development, disabilities, social exclusion, safety nets, gender, employment, race, Aboriginal status, food status, and community belonging. And so I was really pleased to see the recommendation for dedicated human resources to operationalize a diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy. The question that I have for you, that I hope is a bit of a rhetorical question, but I do want to give you the space to share why you feel it's recommended that there be a dedicated resource for this role, and why that's recommended, for example, rather than having everybody just think about diversity, equity, and inclusion within the municipality.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. I think when we identify issues that are important in our community, and we put focus with dedicated resources, things happen quickly, and things happen well. And certainly we can certainly see in this pandemic, when we dedicate human resources to contact tracing or vaccine rollout, great things can happen.
Great, thank you. And just in follow-up to that, can you speak to the recommended funding, where this role would come from, and if this role would be, what the status of this hire would be?
I think I just might pass that the answer for that question to Dr. Reedike.
Sure, through you. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Councillor Harrigan, for the question. Certainly, when we put this recommendation on here, we certainly thought very carefully. We are very aware of the impact that any type of FTE increase has within our municipal structure. I think where we have really landed is we would like to see this position be taken from reserves out of our Ontario Works Corporate Initiatives Reserve for a 2-year pilot. That will allow us to put things in place, things like a diversity, equity, and inclusion scale, or a process is put in place in order for us to really do this important work. And so that would be our ask to Council for that. I think I would also add to some of Teresa's comments as to why is it important to have these additional resources. So in addition to what she has already indicated, we certainly are seeing the world around us change. And one just has to watch the news to really see what is happening around diversity, around equity, around inclusion. And we need to do this work. We've asked that this position, or suggested that this position, be housed within corporate services. I've had conversations with Kathy Hoffman, General Manager of Corporate Services. She's aware of this ask. And part of the reasoning behind that being that this is bigger than just public health. And the social determinants of health, all the things, Councillor Harrigan, that you mentioned, span across municipal departments, and public health cannot do it alone. We need to have a full municipal kind of approach in order to make some significant change. So I hope that answers that question for you.
Great. A question I have to the clerk is it required that we be a bit more specific for item E given April's comments? So I would happy to amend the recommendations to include hire a diversity and equity and inclusion coordinator to be housed with corporate services of the municipality, adding a clause for a period of 2 years to be funded from the OW corporate reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess more detail is better so that we do know where the cost and stuff would come from. That would be helpful.
All right, I'll modify I'll move to modify the recommendations to amend them to include that detail.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, are you good with the amendment as well?
I'd like to make some comments first, if you don't mind.
Okay. When Councillor Harrigan's done, we'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you.
Great. And so thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just in summary, I want to share that, you know, when we look on the news and we think about the negative impact of COVID-19, it really does touch every corner and crevice of not just the municipality, but of the world at large. And we hear, you know, certainly the provincial and federal governments talking about different supports that are available to different people through programs and funding that's being offered. But something that we need to think about is our local infrastructure and our social infrastructure that we have as a municipality. Because, you know, a lot of those programs that are offered, certainly in order to access them, there needs to be, you know, businesses in place or previous jobs that have been had to require for different EI programs. And I know that thinking about the most vulnerable is something that's been on my mind as a councillor, on my mind as a parent, and on my mind as I see people who are living alone and thinking about how they're going to navigate COVID-19, you know, from all walks of life. So to embed this into our corporation within corporate services, I think is an excellent strategy. And it ensures that, as was mentioned in the presentation, we don't just survive COVID-19, but we're able to thrive following COVID-19 as a community. So thank you again, April and Teresa, for your work. I hope that my fellow councillor colleagues see the importance of this resource and this initiative within the municipality, and I really see it as taking a step in the right direction. Those are all my comments.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Latimer. So Councillor Kirkwood-White, we're still looking for you after your questions to endorse the last piece of the addition that Councillor Harrigan.
If it refers to item number 2E, yes.
Okay, that's what it was referring to.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
I'm actually very pleased to support this motion because it speaks to taking action on diversity, equity, and inclusion that actually began in the late 60s, and also a local community conversation that began almost 25 years ago with municipal amalgamation and a groundswell of support initiated by the nonprofit sector. The purpose of those local conversations back then was to build community capacity and address the inequities identified because of a lack of collaboration between the three sectors of our community: business, government, and the social, nonprofit, or voluntary sector. And in many ways, the recommendations presented in this report to council and recommendations are long overdue. Beyond council's typical responsibilities in the area of roads and bridges and drainage ditches, economic development, and public health, it is really time to give well-deserved attention to the responsibilities that we have in building quality of life for all of our citizens, and to ensure that we are knowledgeable about and take action on those factors that can impact the health, prosperity, and resiliency of our community. For over a year now, I have participated in weekly discussions on Thursday mornings as part of the COVID-19 response and recovery strategy social planning tables that are hosted by United Way. And I have witnessed an extraordinary coming together of representatives from the three sectors of our community. A collaborative effort that has taken some time to evolve, but which has resulted in a common commitment to serve many of our most vulnerable citizens. Breakout groups during these calls have focused on issues of mental health and addictions, homelessness, issues affecting older adults, youth and Indigenous citizens, and those living with limited means. These social planning table discussions have resulted in such new and emerging initiatives as a co-investors table, a partnership to build a supportive housing development, that is in Dwell, a grassroots network of organizations and volunteers who are meeting people where they're at, and most importantly, a peer-to-peer program, which is engaging those individuals who know best what they need. All of these initiatives are resulting in significant changes in people's lives. But I have to say that this work has only just begun. In many ways, the COVID pandemic has been a blessing, a catalyst which has brought these community partners together in the midst of very limited resources to find innovative solutions to long-standing community problems. The recommendations in this report speak to work that our municipality needs to continue to engage in externally with community partners, as well as internally across municipal departments, to break down silos that currently exist in both areas, and to ensure that all groups and individuals who will be impacted are engaged in the design of this DEI strategy. And I don't want to make an amendment to the motion, but if I had one slight revision or a prioritization to make tonight, I would propose that we focus on the development of our own internal corporate staff and council DEI strategy first, and then reach out externally to engage with community partners who have been discussing and addressing such matters for several decades. Economic and Social Development Canada, the Community Foundations of Canada, Canadian Red Cross, and United Way of Canada, as an example, are currently hosting discussions as part of their own diversity, equity, and inclusion and Indigenous consultations that may provide an opportunity for shared learning. While it is true that local government has a responsibility to protect our quality of life, government cannot do this alone. We need all sectors of our community to pledge their support to the recommendations in this report. The outcomes we hope to achieve will take time, ongoing communication, and a common vision of what is possible. And this work will employ methods that don't necessarily follow a prescribed set of rules. And that is because we as individuals have our own specific individual needs. It is true, and research shows, that DEI strategies lead to better outcomes and increased productivity. The focus on no one left behind is not only my personal mantra, but I believe it should be the mantra of every citizen. I encourage each of us around the council table to make a commitment to the new learning that will be required in this very disciplined work ahead of us. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Foss.
Through the mayor, I actually couldn't say it any better than the two previous speakers have already said. I wanted to say to Teresa, a great deal detailed report, and kudos to your whole team. I had hoped to hear or ask you to give an example of a standardized equity and inclusion tool and give us some examples of required data that's not being formally collected right now, and how this could inadvertently negatively impact the establishment and hence implementation of an effective diversion, equity, and inclusion strategy.
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mr. Council Mayor Caniff, it's late night. When we speak to, I'll start with the standardized equity and inclusion tool. You can apply equity across all levels and aspects of an organization. And so for the municipal context, the City of Ottawa has set a good example with the creation of a handbook to support consistent efforts forward for equity and inclusion across all city departments. So there are a number of kind of examples of other municipalities out there doing this work that would gladly share tools with them Chatham-Kent. And speaking to kind of some of the data that's not formally collected right now, there is lots of data that is currently being collected across the community and between municipal departments and community partners. I think that I would say that it would really be best for us as a community to examine where there are gaps in our local data and how we can formally collaborate around data, community engagement efforts, and information sharing so that we all can share a better understanding of the needs of our community. You know, I think that if I were to say something specific about this organization, I think we probably do not have a solid understanding within our organization about the demographics that make up this organization, so we could very well understand better our own organization and how our organization represents the community that we're serving. Just as an example.
Thank you, Teresa. And again, kudos to you and your whole team. And look, I'm really excited, as Councillor Kirkwood-White said, to see this going forward. It's time and well overdue. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think everybody has basically said everything that could be said, but I want to extend my appreciation, Teresa, to you and April and your team for putting this report together. I know that there's been inadequacies, equities prior to COVID-19, but because of COVID-19, it's brought it to the forefront, plus it's compounded the issue, and I'm very pleased that the health unit is doing their part in trying to clear that up. So again, thanks, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. Moving on to 14B, contract for temporary shelter spaces.
Councillor Latimer and Scotchy, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
So moved.
Seconded, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Latimer and then to Scotchy.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Polly, I fully support your report recommendations, but I did want you to comment tonight. What would be the estimated cost to the municipality if we did not proceed with this recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Polly Smith, Director of Employment and Social Services. In answering your question, if this was not approved and without a contract, Employment and Social Services will spend an extra $200,000 per year in a 12-month period. In room rentals, that's about $17,000 a month. We could also be given notice to vacate and have to find another temporary location. And that could pose a challenge in the current market. And we could be putting up to 50 to 60 people out on the street should that happen. I'd also like to note that our 32 rooms are mostly double occupancy, so people share a space. That's how the number is 50 to 60 a night. And there is turnover and people are getting housed through this program. We're grateful to the Sunray Group for working with us and providing this emergency housing during the pandemic for Chatham-Kent.
Well, Polly, I again like to say kudos to you and your team, because we, the municipality, should be very, very grateful to you and your team. As noted in your report, 33% of the people that you housed over this past year were chronically homeless. And it's a tribute to your team and to our community partners, and starting right with Travelodge and all the housing, transitional housing and supportive housing, albeit not formal, but it's there, that is keeping these people housed. And I really just want to extend my appreciation. And as I say, keep up the great work.
Okay, Councillor Stacacci, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. Paulie, just a couple of really quick questions. Obviously, this is a fantastic effort by your team, and hearing that 33% is a great statistic, especially during these challenging times. I'm just wondering, I know we've had several reports coming back to council in regards to, more permanent situations. Can you just update council on, when we can expect the potential of a permanent situation, and we can kind of, move away from the temporary aspects?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I expect to have a report by kind of midsummer. We're collecting information on different properties and getting pricing, and it's actually, things are very busy in the construction industry, as you can imagine. And with that, it takes time to have reviews of properties. We're also talking with some partners and looking at different options. So I expect that to be in the next by midsummer. And then of course we would have to look at getting approvals for funding and beginning a project. So it would be some time after that. I would expect it'll be more than a year before we have a permanent solution completed.
Okay, thank you, Pauline. And the reason why I am asking is that I've had read some consumer reports recently about the, how busy construction is, and the inflation aspects for the construction, and know that the longer we wait, the longer we have to use temporary solutions, and the more costly it's going to get. And I'm concerned that if we wait too long, that we're not going to be able to have as big a project, because the cost is going to start get larger and larger. But I do really greatly appreciate your your efforts, and I'm just hoping that sooner than later we can come up with a more permanent solution. But I just want to give you a lot of props for your team's efforts, and seeing all those people finding a permanent house is a very great thing. So thank you for all your work, and hopefully we can come up with a permanent situation sooner than later. Thank you.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, Polly, for the report. My questions are, in this report, we see that it's a 12-month plus 12-month arrangement, so it could be potentially a 2-year arrangement with the former Travelodge. So my question is, because I've received 2 calls today, not a lot, but 2, about the question of whether or not the Travelodge could, in fact, become a permanent homeless shelter. Just with a 2-year window, people are feeling, well, maybe this is it. And if that's the case, well, there's that. It's a valid question, I believe. And secondly, the other questions I received today is, and I don't know the answer to this, typically in homeless shelters and other communities, the guests or residents leave in the morning, come back late in the afternoon. Is that the case with the Travelodge? And secondly, so this would be the third question, are people fed, like, or not? Like when the Bradley Center was utilized, I believe that there was some sort of catering services provided, and I'm not sure if that's the case at the Travelodge, I'll refer to it as. So those are the three questions. Could this become the permanent location of a homeless shelter? And of course, you heard the next two questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The building is not at this time for sale, but we are exploring all kinds of options in the community, even things that are not yet for sale. So, you know, any building that's vacant and available that's willing to sell for us could be a possibility. We don't require people to leave during the day. We do require, our setup is a lot different than many shelters. Our whole focus is on housing, so we spend a lot of time with our guests working on housing, and they are required to be working with us on that, on finding a long-term housing solution. So we spend time with them during the day on that, as well as helping people get to the different services that they use or require. People are fed breakfast, a light breakfast, and that's included in the costs actually with the hotel pricing. And then we have a light evening meal brought in as well that we use different vendors for across the community. We don't provide lunch at this time, but when we're in lockdown, I shouldn't say at this time, every time we're in lockdown, we start providing lunch as well, because people have difficulty accessing food and the places that they would typically go. It's very important for us to keep people connected to the world outside of our building, because when we do move them to housing, they will need to be reaching out to those services, whether it be places like Hope Haven or Salvation Army or feeding programs in the community.
Great, thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just a couple of follow-up questions. This obviously must be profitable for the, I forget the name of the corporation that owns the Travelodge, but whatever it is, Sun something. Clearly this must be a profitable operation for them. So would it be logical for the municipality to offer to buy it? You know, you stated that it's not for sale, but you know, if they're making a lot of money doing this, would it be beneficial economically for the municipality to buy it? Not that I'm suggesting that's a good idea, but you know, just from an economic standpoint. And secondly, when food is brought in, is it catered in from local restaurants, or how does that work? Because that is a question that we have received, particularly during the Bradley Center saga. You know, was because there was, you know, the idea that Compass was an out-of-town company, etc. So are we supporting local restaurants in this, which I'll assume is a catering operation, considering, you know, during COVID, they've got some challenges of their own? So those two questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't speak for the details on a sale of a building, but it's really important for us to get a building and move as quickly as possible and to save those dollars. I think I showed in the January report, we have projected significant annual savings by having our own building, even with the costs of maintenance and operations and so on. There would be significant savings annually. So that is important that we sort of leave no stone unturned, and that's what we're doing. We also require, you know, engineers and architects to check out properties that we're interested in. As for the food being catered in, yes, we are using local small businesses from around the community. We reached out to those that have catering and delivery services, and that has been shared. But after this is resolved, we will then be putting out another RFP for food at a later date.
Great, and thank you, Mary Kenneth. So I guess, Polly, can we assume, just I go back a little ways, not as far back as many on council, but we have abandoned the idea of no bricks and mortar. Like we are going to go ahead with a permanent homeless shelter. In that, for years we said no, we didn't, and with the support of the departments involved, that we would not be going ahead with the bricks and mortar solution, and we would continue because it was felt that if we provided a homeless shelter, a bricks and mortar place, that wasn't leading to a solution to homelessness, in that temporary housing was a better trajectory to put people on in order to find them housing. So if we abandon that policy and now move towards establishing a permanent structure, which would be obviously funded by and staffed by the municipality, is that where we are now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We haven't abandoned the model really at all. We've just added a bricks and mortar building into it. So our model is still housing first. It's still about getting people out of emergency housing, preventing them even from coming into emergency housing. A huge amount of our efforts and work is spent preventing people from accessing that. But with the pandemic, the playing field changed a little bit, and we had to give people a place to isolate and be safe. And we really have seen a lot of need in the community, and a lot of people have come kind of needing this help, and new people to us that have lost their ability to stay with family or friends. And as some of our reports have mentioned, there's families that we're seeing now more and more. So we do see the benefit of having a bricks and mortar solution, but with the idea of housing people as quickly as possible. The goal too is an investment like that would be a temporary, you can invest in a building and then it can become affordable housing at a later date, or supportive housing, or a combination of things. We really want to be open to that. We are not wanting to have a basic shelter scenario. We want to stick to the plans and the data, really the research that we know works in other communities.
Thank you, Mary Kenneth. So it sounds like we're maybe going to be doing both. A permanent structure that we hope isn't obviously a permanent residence for people. So I think the answer to my question was, yes, we are going to go ahead with a permanent homeless shelter in the municipality. So there's that. Secondly, do you have any statistics on, and not hard numbers, I wouldn't hold you to this, but the people that are searching for assistance, you mentioned families. Are they predominantly families, or are they predominantly single people? Not that it matters, but people do ask these questions. And to follow up on that a little bit, we seem to have had have experienced a bit of a homeless boom, not to use the wrong term, but have people been moved here or have come here from other communities? And again, this is stuff that I'm asked all the time. People are like, oh, well, people are coming from London, Sarnia, Windsor, because Chatham's such a great place to be accommodated in. And is that the case? Because we have seen a real uptick, right, in homelessness. I don't know if that's COVID. I don't know if it is people from other communities, but it's a question that I am asked. And I live in the downtown core of Chatham, and sure, I've recognized that there seems to be more of a homeless problem, because it is a problem, in the last couple of years than it did for the prior 45 of my life. So is there any reason for it? Are people coming from out of town, or is it just the times? Is it COVID? Like, do you have any data on that?
So there's no data to clearly prove anything, but I can tell you what we're seeing is this is happening in every community of Ontario, especially noticeable in small rural community or rural urban communities like ours. My colleagues across the province are encountering the same things. It is about poverty, and it is about the pandemic. So people are, and when you're talking about the family composition, a lot of times it is singles, because the cost of the benefits for single people on social assistance, for example, are the lowest, and there's not a lot of other benefits. You don't get, child tax credit or other funds. They're really living at a big gap from families. Couples at least can share expenses and so on. So singles are very hard hit. Singles and poverty suffer the most. There was a Toronto study done on that a few years ago, and it's quite upsetting. And it does seem that there's not a lot of options, and housing is more expensive if you have to live alone and so on. So I think that has a lot to do with it, but this is happening all over. We do not house people that are from out of town, out of Chatham-Kent. We do diversion in those cases. So if someone is from another community, we will get them a bus ticket or a way home, and we regularly do that. There's only some very rare exceptions of like human trafficking scenarios or something like that, but they're extremely rare.
Thank you, Mary Canfield. Polly, thank you very much. And I'll just close by saying, yeah, it's a really tragic situation that we're witnessing, and something that's pretty new to me in Chatham-Kent. I spent a lot of years living in Toronto and different places where it was a pretty common occurrence, and something I felt Chatham was immune to, and clearly we're not anymore. So I appreciate your efforts, and thank you very much for answering all my questions.
Thanks.
Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Worship. I'm happy to support the motion that's on the floor, but I'm a little disturbed by what I heard in response to Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Bondi. Our long-time policy has been not to operate a permanent shelter for the unhoused. I guess that's the expression that has been used more lately in the media. And I don't see that you have any authority to change that without council, without bringing back a full report to council and council changing the policy. I don't think, you may tell me otherwise, is there some report, some resolution passed by council that gives staff authority to look into buying property? Because that's not what our policy is at the current time. Can you enlighten me on that? Because I've been very supportive of our policy dating back to reports from Ms. Colasante and then through to Dr. Reteg. But this is embarking on something new, and I don't think there's any authority for it, unless you can enlighten me otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely, we would not embark and actually start any of those steps without going back to council for approval on that. At this point, we are gathering the information to look at long-term sustainable options. So that's the stage we're at now. If council did not approve a long-term build or renovation or something along that line, then that would not go forward. So that absolutely would require council approval. What we're not really opening a shelter, and I do want to clarify that. It's sort of a common word that we overuse, but essentially it's emergency housing, and emergency housing is what we did before. We just had we used say 5-6 motels, and that was sufficient for us, and it worked okay. It was getting more and more challenging without having people on site to monitor the activities that were going on and avoiding any damages and so on. And we would be instead looking at that same model of emergency housing mostly in one location because of the numbers and the need for on-site supports. So that's what we've changed. It's not a shelter like we had at the Bradley Center, for example, or other locations. It is emergency temporary housing.
Yeah, but through your worship, it seems to me like it's a change in the policy. You had 5 or 6, 9, or 4 or 5. Now you've got the 6th, which is much larger. I think it's a philosophical decision that the municipality has to make on whether we're going to be property owners for a shelter. And I don't want to creep into it. I think it's a council decision, and I don't think you should be doing it lightly. I mean, this is a big change in our philosophy because we've always been told that it's better for the individuals who find themselves in temporary crisis to actually get them into permanent housing, not in an institutional sense, but in apartments and finding other housing. So it gives me some concern when I hear that there seems to be a movement to find something that the municipality may own. I think that's a decision that needs to come back to the council with some support. You gotta either tell me that you're not moving in that direction, you're not talking to people about acquiring properties, and if you are, then it better come back to the municipality before you even embark down that road. Because I've been very supportive of the other philosophy, and you convinced me of it. Back to Valerie Calasante and through to April, who's just appeared on the screen there. But it sounds like we're going down a different road. That's it, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. There's seeing no other questions. We'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. And motion passes.
Item 17, Chief Administrative Office.
17A, motion of Councillor Oche regarding provincial lockdown.
Councillor Oche, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have done some changes, which I believe Judy and Meredith have. I, Councillor Mark Oche, bring the following motion. Whereas we are in another lockdown, which is hurting the small businesses and mental health in Chatham-Kent, whereas we do not know when the lockdowns will stop, and whereas Chatham-Kent is and has been doing an excellent job of keeping our COVID-19 numbers low, and whereas every lockdown, Chatham-Kent is losing more small businesses and causing more mental issues. Therefore, it is requested that the Mayor send a letter to the Honourable Premier Doug Ford requesting the Premier to review lockdowns and apply them on a regional basis considering COVID numbers. And 2, therefore, it is requested that the Mayor send a letter to the Honourable Premier Doug Ford requesting more funds be directed to the businesses closed and doing takeout only, as well as to mental health. And if it's okay to carry on. Oh, I need to get a seconder, sorry.
Yes, is there anyone to second this? Councillor Finn?
Happy to second.
Okay, so continue on.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now, first off, I want people to know I know COVID is real. I have direct family members and several friends who have contracted COVID, so I don't want you to think I don't believe in this. I also believe in vaccine and I believe in masks. I realize not everyone will support the first part of this motion. Lockdowns, though, are hurting many small businesses and mental health of many as well. After this lockdown, we'll have been locked down approximately half of this year. The lockdowns have made people lose their jobs, their businesses, and their residents. If lockdowns truly work, why were we locked down in February and then again a month later? Some businesses less than 1 year old or 1 year open, some businesses that were open less than 1 year before COVID are receiving no help whatsoever. I know many people are worried about people coming from other areas to Chatham-Kent. You may find this a big surprise, but they're already doing that right now. I spoke to different businesses in the Tilbury area, and they have people coming from Windsor to get groceries, to go for dinner, even during this lockdown. So I guess the other thing is that many of the businesses that have mortgages are getting no money towards their mortgages for their buildings. What most people get is some money to pay themselves and to pay their workers, but none of this goes to the actual building, to the utilities, to taxes, to business license. It's to pay for their home mortgages and taxes and utilities. And obviously, I tried to get some numbers for our mental health issues, but we're a year behind, so I can't get those until next year, which is it's too bad, but definitely understandable. And then for my second part, I do realize that many of you may not support motion 1 to my fellow councillors, and that's fine. But if you do not, please at least support motion 2, so that the companies that are being devastated by these shutdowns, such as hairdressers, barbers, estheticians, clothing stores, furniture stores, restaurants, bars, gyms, golf courses, some constructions, and many others that I know I have missed, can get some extra pay or extra funds to help them through this horrible time. And also, if we can also put some money towards mental health, there's been numerous issues coming to light since COVID has come and the lockdown. So I'm hoping that you'll support me on both of these levels. It is a bit different than it was before when I first brought this out. But as you can see, I do request that we send a letter to review the lockdowns and apply them on a regional basis, considering our COVID numbers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, through the mayor. The fact is the vaccine supply in Ontario and across Canada has not kept up with the veracity or the velocity of the variants. And alarm bells have been ringing for weeks, and modeling has demonstrated that limiting mobility does effectively slow the spread of this virus. Every public health measure currently being observed comes with a cost to every one of us. This is wartime. Decreased mobility, enforcing currently recommended public health measures, and getting vaccines into arms should continue to be our priority. For this reason, I cannot in good faith support the first part of this motion, but I do appreciate the second part of this motion and will be in support behind the intent of Councillor Authier's second part of the motion. Thank you.
So based on that, would you like to split the two, Councillor Latimer?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I guess I'd like to thank Mark for changing his motions here. As like Councillor Latimer, I have a tough time with number 1, but certainly can get behind number 2. I think I understood the intent behind Councillor Oche's motion earlier to support local businesses. However, earlier this week, and I wasn't prepared for this change tonight, but I did feel that that motion was particularly reckless. And I'll explain why I say that. We've had a number of COVID-related situations that has created and divided us within Chatham-Kent. And I believe that the original motion had only added to that dilemma. You know, some would have us rebel and some would not. Some choose to force our police to regulate illegal protests, events, or gatherings, all in fight for protecting their rights and their freedoms. Some of us abide by the regulations and hope to end this sooner. There's some that seem to think that we as council have the power to change provincial directions. Well, we don't. We're then deemed by the same as being unfit in doing our jobs. If there's anything that I feel we're not doing well, it would be working together as a community and laying the blame where it should be. We in CK are known for pulling together and supporting our communities. If we have a fight against anything, it should be the virus and not each other at this point of time. So I'm happy to see that that this has changed. I feel that that trying to change or requesting regional changes to happen at this point of time are probably not going to get much attention from the government. The government has put us in lockdown based on information provided by our medical professionals. The lockdown this time does not allow for picking and choosing what levels or what regions should be able to do what. Should that change right now, then the Premier would only be encouraging those hotspots again, and they would start day tripping into more relaxed communities. And this would only increase the rate of spread in all areas, just like Chatham-Kent, that currently have low transmission numbers. You know, my heart goes out to all the businesses that are struggling to keep afloat, and I hope that when this is over, we will begin to learn what our new normal is and what we as a community can work together and support those that need our help. My heart goes out to all of those struggling to stay alive and those who have lost a friend or a loved one. This virus isn't picky on who it does or doesn't infect. And my heart goes out to all of our public health staff, our first responders, our medical professionals and volunteers who support the care of those falling ill to this virus and those trying to maintain order and get us vaccinated. You know, I'd like to, everyone else, you know, like everyone else, I am so tired of this pandemic. We're all tired, but we need to stay strong. We need to do what we're doing, and we need to stay behind this as a community. And because of this and my mocked up notes here, I at this point, I'm probably not going to support number 1. I will support number 2 in a moment. You know, like Mark, I thank you for modifying your motion. It certainly brought out other sides of our community once again, and we've heard very loud and clear that people are very tired. But you know, I just encourage everyone to stay strong and let's get through this so that we can move forward. And you know what? Roll up your sleeve and get vaccinated. Wear your masks and keep your distance. So again, thank you, and I can support number 2. Thanks.
Okay, just before we go to Councillor Bondi, just want to remind everybody we got 15 minutes left, so I will be looking for an extension in the next 10 minutes if we're not through the through the agenda. Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll start with agreeing with Councillor McGregor that I think everybody is experiencing COVID fatigue, which seems to be a new term, one that I don't like, but it's the reality of where we are. To the motion, obviously, the Ford government may not even open the envelope. You know, we all know that, but we quite often ask the municipality to send letters of support for certain things, whether it be nuclear storage on the Great Lakes or some other, you know, environmental endangered species somewhere. So this is not unusual. We all know that this isn't binding, obviously, as these are provincial decisions, but I understand, I appreciate the spirit of Councillor Roche's motion in that I do believe that when the province imposes these lockdowns and restrictions, I think, and not that they care, but my opinion, is that we should be looked at regionally, which is what was happening prior to this provincial lockdown. As we'll all recall, we were in orange, others were in red, others were in gray, lockdown, etc. So I think that message being sent by the municipality of Chatham-Kent to the provincial government is a valid objection to what's happening now, because our numbers really aren't bad. They're certainly not Toronto, they're not Peel, they're not Ottawa. So I will support number one on this. I don't believe that we should be in a lockdown phase. And I also, again, just my own opinion, do lockdowns work? I think they work when there's communities where people are in much closer contact to one another. Does it have a great impact in a place like Chatham-Kent? I don't know. I'm not a medical person, I'm not a scientist, but what bothers me, frankly, is that Centro, a little restaurant, can't be open, but yet Walmart is. And, you know, everybody's heard this before, but it's killing places like that. Well, it killed me, but you know, that's all right. I'm over it. But to do these sort of arbitrary lockdowns, but yet allowing big boxes to be open, I think doesn't make a lot of sense to a lot of people. We all understand we have to fight the virus. I understand the virus is real. It's a devastating international problem, probably unprecedented in maybe 100 years. But I think, you know, we as a municipality should voice our opinion to the governing authority, which is the province, to say, you know, we should be a little more logical about this when imposing economic, and not only just economic, but social restrictions. You know, people talk about the businesses that are hurting, and that's very valid, obviously, I can attest to that. But we also have to think about when we come down to these lockdown restrictions, as a father of 5 children at home who can't see one friend because of the current restrictions and are not in school, of course. You know, these are devastating effects that everybody feels. Some people more than others, obviously small business owners, people with children that are struggling to homeschool. These are real things that have real lasting effects on people. And I'm happy that Councillor Oche has brought to our attention the ability that, well, not to our attention, we all knew it, but you know, he's doing it, that we have the ability as a municipality to express our thoughts on this and to say to the province, maybe the strict restrictions are necessary in some places, but not so much in others. And I don't know if Chatham-Kent, well, I'm confident Chatham-Kent is not one of those places where these types of restrictions are necessary and make a difference. We all want to do our best. Everybody wants to get out of this mess. There's no question about that. I don't think anybody thinks, oh, well, let's just laissez-faire and, you know, see what happens. No, we all want to do our best to get this thing over with worldwide and municipally wide and certainly provincially wide. But I appreciate the first part of the motion, that we do use our voice, whether it's ignored or not, and it may in fact be, but we do use our voice to suggest to the province and to Premier Ford that we are not Peel, we're not Ottawa, and maybe we shouldn't have the same restrictions as these other regions do require. And I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, so I will support part 1 and part 2 of the motion. And thank you, Mayor Kenneth.
Okay, I'll need to look for an extension now. Anybody can see a hand for an extension to 10:15. Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
I'll move.
Happy to second that.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. Okay, Councillor Solomon. Anyone else? Okay, we'll continue on. Seeing no other hands for the motion that's up, we'll vote on number 1 to start.
All votes are in. Motion fails. Number 2. All votes are in. Motion passes. — 17B, motion of Councillor Crew regarding municipal advertising practices.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Kirkwood-Wright, can you put this on the floor, please?
So moved. Do you want me to read it, Mr. Mayor?
I'll just have Councillor Kirkwood-White second it, and then you can read away.
Happy to second.
All right, Councillor Crew.
I, Councillor Crew, provide motion that administration review our advertising practices and provide a report to council with recommendations providing balanced advertising, including social media and local media, considering all citizens of Chatham-Kent. I don't have any comments, Your Worship. I think it speaks for itself. I'm just looking for, based on Councillor Kirkwood-White's motion last week that we passed, that we look at our own local media. We have trust in our local media, and I think that we need to look at it through an age-friendly lens, not an age-friendly, not being just a senior's lens, but looking at all aspects of advertising in our community, Chatham-Kent.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
One more vote, please. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we have 3 notices of motion. Councillor Oche, then followed by Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, Councillor Mark Oche, will bring the following motion to the May 10th council meeting. Whereas the Consolidated Business Licensing Bylaw 178-2015 is a bylaw respecting the licensing, regulating, and governing of certain businesses, and whereas the bylaw states the licensee shall apply on or before the expiry date set out on the license, and the license period is for 1 year unless stated otherwise. And whereas the annual base budget for business licensing fees is $163,193. And whereas council recognizes that small businesses have been affected by the pandemic, therefore be it resolved that administration extends the expiry date of all business license renewals in 2021, excluding salesperson, day sales and door-to-door sales, vehicle for hire, food carts, fireworks, and similar, for a period of 6 months. The cost will be approximately $74,500 for the business license renewals, to be funded from the Provincial Safe Restart funding. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer.
I, Councillor Mary Claire Latimer, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the May 10th, 2021 council meeting for discussion and voting, that administration be directed in consultation with the local BIA to consider offering access open minds, mental health services, downtown parking spaces at a reduced rate, similar to neighboring municipalities, and that this recommendation be brought back to council by May 31st.
Okay, Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll try to read quickly. I, Councillor Brock McGregor, provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the May 10th, 2021 council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas Chatham-Kent Council is committed to creating a municipality that is open and inclusive, and whereas Chatham-Kent was recognized as Canada's first welcoming community in 2016, and whereas building, supporting, and moving towards a more inclusive, diverse, and open community requires ongoing work and commitment, and whereas the outcomes of systemic racism still persist in institutions and policies that impact daily life in our municipality, And whereas the municipality of Chatham-Kent has been working to provide staff with expanded opportunities to increase cultural competency and understand the impacts of systemic racism. And whereas Council recently endorsed the establishment of a municipal diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, that Chatham-Kent Council provide direction to administration to develop ongoing diversity, equity, and inclusion training for council members. This will include a pilot project this year and continue with updated opportunities offered through council orientation and continuing education.
Thank you. Item 19, closed session reports. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I would move the closed session report of April 26th. Absent were Councillors Bondi and B. McGregor. Councillor received information on potential litigation and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to Bothwell Environmental Matters 239 2E and F of the Municipal Act 2001 and proposed acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose with regard to Erie Shore Drive, section 2392 C and F of the Municipal Act 2001.
Councillor Hall, can I get you to second that?
Happy to second, Mayor Kennedy.
Any questions? Okay, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
The item 20, approval of communication items. Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Wright, can I get to move them?
So moved. I have a comment.
Yes, and Councillor Wright.
Seconded.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, to you.
Thank you. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the impacts of COVID and the issues related to mental health and addictions. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that there is a letter in the information package that makes reference to the fact that our own mayor and the mayor of Burlington, Marianne Mead Ward, are co-chairing a subcommittee, mental health working committee of the Ontario Big City Mayors group that will be taking a look at recommendations to provide to the province. So very pleased to hear that we are involved in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone opposed to the communication items? Hearing none, motion carried. Non-agenda business. I'll start with that. There's one item. We wanted to mention that Jeff Bray is leaving the municipality, and I was going to pass over to Thomas in a minute, Thomas Kelly. But just, I want to give my own 2 cents worth. I've worked with Jeff extensively over the last 3 years and got to know him quite well. It's certainly sad to see him leaving, because he did a lot of great things for the municipality and all the recreational facilities and various things. I've seen him make a difference in a lot of areas. So Jeff, if you're online, is Jeff online, by the way? All right. So we are going to miss you, and it's I would have loved to try and tell you to stay 10 times over, but anyways, I'll pass it over to you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too just wanted to take a moment to recognize Jeff Bray, and Jeff will be leaving our organization this Friday to accept a role with the City of St. Thomas. Jeff joined the municipality of Chatham-Kent back in 2014 as the manager of parks, cemeteries, and horticulture. He came to us from the City of Saskatchewan. In 2018, we reorganized, we eliminated a couple of positions, and we promoted Jeff to the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cemeteries, where he oversaw one of the broadest portfolios we have within CK. Just for instance, he was in charge of all the parks, sports fields, cemeteries, trails, horticulture, playgrounds, beaches, pools, Clearville and Mitchells Bay parks, all of our docks, our reforestation, special events, and last but not least, our 10 arenas. So needless to say, Jeff has been extremely active in the community. Jeff has been really very instrumental in building, first of all, the strong team behind him, and his day-to-day management of all of the issues has been very fiscally responsible. I think Jeff has moved the agenda for the trails and active transportation in a very positive direction. And in particular, last year with all the COVID, issues, Jeff did a great job of really ensuring a very safe operating environment for all of the public and all of our recreational facilities. So I just wanted to publicly thank Jeff for all of his, first of all, his commitment, his contribution to the community. We're sorry to lose you, Jeff, as the mayor has just indicated. We certainly wish you and your family very well and all the best in the next phase of your career in St. Thomas. So thank you very much, Council, for that time, and thank you, Jeff Bray.
Jeff, there's a standing ovation happening here for you. Just let me know.
I'd like to thank everybody for the kind words. I've worked in a couple other municipalities, and my mantra was always to leave the place better than I found it. I'd like to thank my staff. My staff are fantastic, and they made my job a lot easier than it should have been. You see the front line. Oh, my dog's excited. You see what you see on the ground is a result of their hard work. In cemeteries, parks, arenas, you name it. I love working with the councillors. Your passion for the community is admirable through hard times and easy times. And right now we've been really cycling through some tough times. So you're fighting the good fight. I'd like to thank everyone again for the opportunity.
Thanks, Jeff. We'll move into a reading of the bylaws. Just note that the tree cutting bylaw has been added into that. So Councillor Solomon and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you to move and second that, please?
Moved.
Seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Foss and Councillor Pinsino.
So move, Your Worship.
I'll second it, Your Worship.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Resolution of council, Councillor C. McGregor, and I'll get Councillor Sakachi the last word to put a second on that.
Thank you. And I would, through the mayor, I would move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, May 10th, 2021, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
I'll second that, Mayor Keenan.
Anyone opposed? Going once, going twice. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.